So a very warm welcome to everyone to this workshop today about reimagining ecologies in Italian visual culture. And I wanted, before we let Pietro kind of tell you the really serious stuff about what's going on today, I wanted just to explain to those of you who don't know about the nature of CIRN, the Cambridge Italian Research Network, which has existed for at least a decade, I think. At least. It's really a very nodding in heads. It's a very venerable institution, which for several years, for even many years, basically put on an annual lecture from a distinguished speaker, and we ran a symposium in-house, mostly to kind of build community within Cambridge among the very many people who in different ways contribute to Italian studies. But then a few years ago we entered into this very exciting partnership and this new initiative with CRASSH, the Centre for Research in the Social Sciences and Humanities, with funding from the Cambridge Intesa Sanpaolo Fund, which has enabled us to bring an early career researcher to Cambridge for a term to engage with all of us here in Cambridge and to put on a symposium that plays to their own research interests. And this has really been pretty transformative. We've had some great people over the last few years. We started in kind of mask-wearing era with Vera, what's her name? Schultz. Vera Schultz, who did her symposium about on the topic of between the Black Mediterranean and the Black Atlantic. Then Gianmarco Marcosu came to talk about Italy's imperial debris, spaces, objects, and fantasies of an unburied colonial past. Then last year, we're going through a kind of geographical turn. We had Giovanna Di Matteo talking about islands as crossroads, again thinking about the Mediterranean. And this year, we're absolutely thrilled to have Pietro Agnoletto. I should say it's been a great year already. We had Silvana Patriarca come to speak to us about anti-colonialism and anti-racism in Italy in the early 20th century, and we had Erica's fantastic one-day symposium on labour. So we're all primed, geared up, thinking in this kind of radical, interdisciplinary way to smash Italian ecologies with Pietro's conference. And we're so grateful to you, Pietro, for all the organisational verve you've put in thus far, and it's going to be a great day. Over to you.
Okay, so good morning. It is both an honor and a pleasure to welcome you all to this colloquium, in which we will explore how different disciplines within the environmental humanities can address ecologies and environmental sensibility through their relationship with visual culture in the Italian context. I would like to begin with expressing my sincere gratitude to the Cambridge Italian Research Network and its members, Mary, Robert, Melissa, Fernanda and Erica, and for inviting me to Cambridge, for giving me the opportunity to organize such an event, and for all their support over this enriching month. Thank you. I also wish to express my gratitude to CRASSH, the Center for Research in Arts, Social Sciences and Humanities, and to Joanna Page for hosting me during this visit and for hosting this event, and of course to Zainab that you met outside. Reimagining ecologies in Italian visual culture was born from the desire to open a dialogue across disciplines in the humanities, with a shared focus on the role of culture, and especially visual culture, in shaping how we represent and, at the same time, construct our relationship with the non-human world. The anthropic environmental imprint has intensified since the Industrial Revolution, to the point where entire regions today are now covered in concrete, industrial and petrochemical hubs are being built near residential areas, and air, soil and water pollution have become part of everyday life. Quoting Emmett and Nye, investigating the cultural causes of this phenomena is now more than ever a critical need, and especially in recognition of the moral responsibility we have to not repeat them in future. And as William Cronon reminding us in his seminal text on Common Ground, if we wish to understand the values and motivation that shape our own action toward the natural world, if we hope for an environmentalist capable of explaining why people use and abuse Earth as they do, then the nature we study must become less natural and more cultural. Based on these premises, 4 years ago I structured my doctoral research, in which I explore how tourists during the economic boom perceived and represented environmental changes in their holiday movies. An archival and visual study, grounded in moving images produced by Italian society, teachers, factory workers, clerks, artisans, to uncover the cultural and environmental discourses that led tourists to film that particular landscape, to understand the relationship between the environmental phenomena being filmed and the eyes that capture them, and to grasp their perception of the non-human world around them. It is from this research that this colloquium takes inspiration, which, with the intention of inviting us to reflect on how different ways of seeing have influenced our ethical, political, and ecological imaginaries. The first keyword of today is, therefore, visual culture. Firstly, because our perception of the world is more often real than our direct experiences of it, meaning that the images produced and consumed by society can serve as a powerful lens through which to understand it. Furthermore, if discourse, in the Foucauldian sense, is deeply rooted in the historical, geographical, and cultural realities that produce it, then analyzing the former allows us to decipher the latter. The second keyword of today is then reimagining or rethinking ecologies. In fact, with the intensification of the climate crisis and environmental injustice, alongside the ongoing depletion of resources and loss of biodiversity, it is not only the technical and natural sciences that are called upon to seek solutions, but also, and perhaps above all, the humanities. In other words, cursed technological fixes without adequate insight into the historical and cultural context of a proposed solution led to its failure. This is why humanists must offer constructive knowledge as well as criticism. After all, the environmental crisis is mainly a cultural crisis, since most of the constraints working against environmental change are cultural. To challenge it, we must first challenge our values. Therefore, the colloquium aims to explore how the environmental humanities can engage with the value placed on nature and environmental issues across different geographies and time periods, including present and future trajectories. The discussion will in fact encourage perspective on the past, to understand what lessons can be learned from previous mistakes, on the present, to examine how current cultural narratives represent the climate crisis, and on the future, to investigate the role of the environmental humanities in fostering a more sustainable world. Today, I invite the speakers, chairs, and audience to actively rethink this critical role during the question and answer, and also later, to question it, and perhaps even to challenge it. The third keyword is heterogeneity, or dialogue through diversity. In fact, the colloquium of today has the imperative to transcend the boundaries of traditional discipline, contributing to a dialogue between scholars from literature, Italian and media studies, geography, art history and anthropology, as well as non-academic contributors. Finally, today's colloquium will be structured around 3 main themes, which emerged organically through dialogue with the speakers and their research interests. The first panel, titled Altered Landscape, will include papers that challenge the ways we look at landscape, and we have historically done it. The mythical aura of Luigi Ghirri's photographic work will be demystified and reinterpreted through environmental lenses, particularly in relation to the concept of the invisibility of the landscape. The relation between beauty and environmental degradation in contemporary Italian filmmaking will be analyzed through the lenses of eco-critical geopolitics. Finally, the landscape will serve as a lens through which diachronically understand environmental, demographic, and social changes. The second panel, titled The Human Impact, will focus on papers that investigate how we co-lived and adapted to environmental challenges, how environmental degradation emerged through visual culture, and how to propose alternative ways to promote good environmental practices. It will explore the visual impact of early modern flooding, recorded in mosaics, paintings, prints, drawing, and cartographies. Boccioni's paintings will be read as archives of the pervasiveness of toxic waste and infrastructure of violence. And finally, there will be examples of contemporary curatorial works that reconsider the museum's role and its boundaries while fostering ecological awareness. The last panel, titled Human and Human Relationship, will focus on deep ecologies, transcending anthropocentric perspective and exploring how humans in different cultures and historical periods have portrayed their needs and interests within the context that recognize we are one of many life forms on Earth. An ecocritical lens will be applied to examine Calvino, Marcovaldo, ovvero I stagioni città, contemporary Italian murals, and holiday movies, in order to understand their symbolic meanings and the human connection with their human forms. So I look forward to the discussion and insights that will emerge over the course of our time together. And once again, thank you to the CIRN and CRASSH for making this possible. And thank you to all of you for your presence. Now I will leave the desk to Lisa.
I'm not going to have any information in front of me. Hi everyone, my name is Lisa Mullen. I am a stranger on these shores because I'm from the English faculty, but I'm really delighted to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation to chair this panel. Some of my work is in eco-criticism and literature and film. So I'm really looking forward to hearing these three papers, all of which will offer us different kinds of lenses through which we can see landscape. I'm sure that there'll be some incredible dialogues opening up between these three scholars. So to begin, we have Maria Spunta, who is online. Marina is Associate Professor of Italian at the School of Arts, Media and Communication at Leicester. Her main research interests include contemporary Italian literature and photography, cultural and visual studies, space, place and landscape studies, environmental humanities, eco-criticism, critical plant studies, and orality and locality. And Marina's paper today is called Luigi Ghiri's Photography and Viaggio in Italia, Reframing, Reimagining the Landscape. So Marina, take it away.
So the reason for my paper today is the realization that many of the issues that photography Luigi Ghiri tackled resonate with some key issues discussed by the environmental humanities and Anthropocene critical discourse, particularly the question of scale and imagination. So in my paper today, I will briefly explore three of Ghiri's seminar projects: Atlante, 73, In Scala, 77, here in the latest MAC edition, Italian Miniatura, the middle one, and Viaggio in Italia from 84, in order to show how Ghiri's work is underpinned both by environmental concerns and also by a commitment to tackle a disregard for the landscape, but also for the symbolic and affective values encoded in its visual representation. A lesson which left, of course, a long legacy in contemporary Italian photography and beyond. So the iconic image that will become known as Earthrise, the first photograph taken of the Earth taken by William Anders from the Apollo 8 mission to the moon in December 68, is the first image that Luigi Ghiri evokes in the foreword of his first photo book, suggestively entitled Kodachrome.
Sorry, Marina.
See?
Now we cannot see the PowerPoint. It's sharing the wrong screen. PowerPoint. Slide view. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch it. You can't see the PowerPoint?
Not progressing.
It's not progressing because
you need to put slideshow.
Yes, you have to share the slide. Share.
Okay. So can you see it this way?
The slideshow is better. Can she make it into a slideshow?
Yeah.
In her presentation.
Through Zoom, you can decide what to share when you share the screen.
That's not the problem.
She is sharing, so she needs to slideshow. Slideshow. On the top.
Because okay, the problem was that she was sharing the software, but not the slideshow. Yeah, right. So you have to share the whole screen and then go to the slideshow.
So I share the slide. and then go to slideshow. Okay.
Now,
Okay, Marina.
now if you click to slideshow, in the yes, and the yes, that this one.
Yeah. That should do it.
Try that. Click that.
The process going on.
No, because you're not sharing the whole
Oh.
screen, just.
But if you let's stick to what she was doing.
Yes,
before.
so-
if you click on the Earthrise, try that again.
Yeah.
Boom.
Can you see any different slides now? No, it's stuck in the same.
First one highlighted.
Provo a dirlo in italiano, forse è meglio.
Come vuoi. Mhm.
Quando fai condividi lo schermo, puoi scegliere se condividere solo PowerPoint o tutto lo schermo del computer.
Sì. Ok.
Bisogna
Allora.
mettere lo schermo del computer e poi fare la presentazione. Perché se si mette solo PowerPoint, dopo quando si fa la presentazione...
Ok, va bene così? Cambia qualcosa?
Sì, no, adesso è perfetto, va benissimo.
Ok, scusate, I'm really sorry. So we were still in Earthrise. So that's the first image that Giri evokes in the foreword of his first photo book, titled Kodachrome. The publication of this book in 1978, Kodachrome, marks the completion of Giri's first decade-long photographic series, and also his first major solo exhibition held in Parma a year later in 1979. So it is an important occasion for Giri to take stock at his work until then, and also to position himself as an artist. It is therefore very significant at this junction, when his career is about to take off, that Giri chooses to open Kodachrome with a reference to what will become known as Earthrise, and to use this image as a metaphor for his photographic practice and theory. As we read in the foreword, for Giri, this photograph signifies both a sguardo totale and revealingly the immagine che conteneva tutte le immagini del mondo, graffiti, affreschi, and so on. In line with this dialectical aesthetics based on coexistence of opposites, Giri sees this total gaze, this ridescrivere tutto, as a duplicazione totale, as a chance to decifrare il geroglifico, and locates this effort in the juxtaposition between l'infinitamente piccolo e l'infinitamente grande. Giri summarizes this goal as an impegno a vedere con chiarezza, both la realtà facilmente identificabile and also il pensiero, la memoria, l'immaginazione, a key notion that we return in his writing. Kodachrome's foreword thus works as a brief manifesto of Giri aesthetics, which up until the late 70s is marked by an effort at once to rappresentare e cancellare, whereby the cancellazione dello spazio che circonda la parte inquadrata is no less revealing than the immagine del visibile, as you can see in this image here, Rimini 77, and some of the early images in Kodachrome. Indeed, it is what is left outside the frame that for Giri triggers the imagination, which he deems essential in order to relate both to the exterior and to its visual representation, including photographs. The significance of the image of Earthrise, alongside with what later became known as Blue Planet or Blue Marble after Harrison Schmidt's 72 photograph of the Earth in the Apollo 17 mission, of course, goes well beyond the visualization of Giri's aesthetics, as undoubtedly the most influential image at the time, and since then a key image in the current debates in the environmental humanities or Anthropocene. As astrophysic Patrizia Caraveo, among others, reminds us in a recent book, Ecologia Spaziale, the image of Earthrise was listed among the 100 images that changed the world and made the cover image of Life in 2003, a publication that, of course, captured the human imagination precisely at the turn of the 21st century when the environmental debate was rapidly escalating. In fact, images of Earthrise and Blue Planet have been mobilized over the past 6 years for a variety of causes, from the funding of space programs and STEM fields to the promotion of world peace and environment, as Alison Fogela and Gabriel Ghi remind us. While foregrounding a planetary perspective that could potentially challenge an anthropocentric view, the first image of the Earth as a globe, as Sebastian Grebsmühl has shown, implicitly reinforces feelings of control and spatial mastery, of course. Indeed, for Paolo Misiroli, in Teoria Critica dell'Antropocene, this image visually captures the so-called Promethean strand of the Anthropocene discourse, which is underscored by an assumption of human primacy and agency, as it presupposes that we are the superspecies, to quote writer Robert Macfarlane. In her investigation of American discourses around place, in her seminal 2008 book, Sense of Place, Sense of Planet, The Environmental Imagination of the Globe, Ursula Heise sees in the ambivalence towards a notion of global connectedness in conjunction with the weakening of the utopian impulses that still form part of the cultural imaginary surrounding the blue planet, the seeds for the persistent utopian reinvestment in the local, in much environmental literature, philosophy, and cultural criticism since the 80s, and challenges the assumption that this reinvestment in the local is devoid of a global perspective. Although Heise doesn't look at photography in her book, I find her assessment useful to illuminate also the work of Luigi Ghirri and many of his contemporaries, photographers, but also writers like Gianni Celati, who, with all due distinction, due to different, of course, cultural, aesthetic, and spatial traditions between Italy and the US, I would argue they similarly carry out a reinvestment in the local while placing it in dialogue with regional and a global, but also environmental outlook, as my paper today will begin to investigate. So let's have a look at the first series. A planetary perspective informs Ghirri's first series completed in 1973, entitled Atlante. In the preface to the book, Ghirri posits the Atlas as il libro, il luogo in cui tutti i segni della Terra sono convenzionalmente rappresentati, and also il solo viaggio possibile all'interno dei segni, delle immagini, nella distruzione dell'esperienza diretta, which for Ghirri equates to a loss of legibility of reality. As a surveyor, of course, Ghirri was fascinated by maps and atlases, on whose pages he first was drawn to photography, as atlases at the time included photographs of landscape. The atlas stands for him as a journey inside the workings of photography in what in Kodachrome is called duplicazione totale, by conflating the infinitamente piccolo and the infinitamente grande, in an effort to expose the fictional nature of reality. In Atlante, Ghirri employs macro photography to take increasingly close-up details of desert, oceans, mountain ranges, and archipelagos, as you can see here, to the extent that they lose the very purpose as signs and trigger the viewer's imagination, as seen, for example, in these photographs and also in this. Although Ghirri never published the series in his lifetime, his intention was to make a photo book, his preferred form of disseminating his art, as is clear in the many dummies he gave to friends, digitized on the online archive, Ghirri archive of the Biblioteca Panizzi in Reggio Emilia. The series, in fact, was originally titled Weekend, as appears in the sign Mena Boy gifted to Massimo Mussini, the Modenese art historian who first discovered and studied Ghirri's work. This dummy sported as its cover image a figure of an acrobat in a skydive towards the Earth, an image which so far has been neglected by critics. This photograph conveys the zooming in motion that distinguishes both Weekend and Atlante, while introducing a reverse of perspective from outer space towards the Earth, which frames the whole project. Outer space opens and closes both Weekend and Atlante, as after zooming into fragments of sign, and therefore, after zooming into substance of frames that therefore lose the signification, as we've seen with the Sahara Desert, for example, both series concludes by zooming out again onto images of stars in the universe, as in these two shots. So if Weekend's cover image recalls the blue planet, it also introduces the human element. This figurine introduces a sense of scale, of measure. In a playful imaginative style that distinguishes much of Ghirri's photography. So the figurine exactly introduces a sense of scale and measure for understanding space, and is analogous to the human element traditionally inserted in landscape paintings and photography, whose presence until recently conferiva alle immagini un fascino particolare, as Ghirri states in his essay L'omino sul ciglio del burrone. Before turning to the following projects in Scala and Viaggio in Italia, it is useful at this point to consider briefly how these notions are framed, Scala and imagination, in the environmental humanities and Anthropocene discourse. Perhaps the greatest challenge posed to our imagination by the Anthropocene is its inhuman organization as an event. If the Anthropocene can be said to take place, it does so across huge scales of space and vast spans of time. With these words, in his seminal essay, Generation Anthropocene, published in Patricia MacDonald's volume, Here Surveying Anthropocene, Robert Macfarlane highlights one of the key concerns in the debate on the Anthropocene, namely the provocative alienation of familiar anthropocentric scales and times, as human beings are increasingly facing large-scale disasters at planetary level. Macfarlane is not alone in foregrounding scale as one of the macro categories of our time. Dipesh Chakrabarty, in his 21 book, The Climate of History in a Planetary Age, spells out our inability to think of ourselves as a species, as the Anthropocene essentially collapses, I quote, the age-old humanist distinction between natural history and human history. Similarly, Timothy Morton captured the imagination of many environmental humanities scholars with his hyper-objects, namely objects like global warming or climate that compel us to think ecologically. Some of these issues are so vast, of course, that they're not just invisible, but also unimaginable, as they contradict all experiences we have about the world today, as Birgit Schneider and Thomas Knocker point out. Indeed, along scale, imagination is often called upon by different scholars as the only hope for our future and as the means of mitigating the impossibility of visualizing the current environmental and climate crisis. If Isaac's 2008 book, Sense of Place and Sense of Planet, includes imagination in the subtitles, other US eco-critical approaches within Italian studies firmly place imagination in the title, such as Damiano Benvenu and Matteo Gilebbi's recent edited volume, Italy and the Ecological Imagination, thus posited as an essential ingredient for tackling the environmental crisis within and beyond academia. Similarly, historian Amitav Ghosh in The Great Derangement contends that the climate crisis is also a crisis of culture and thus of the imagination. I'm resonating here what Pietro was saying earlier. Indeed, in Chakrabarty's word, one of the main challenges today lies in the anxieties arising from the futures that we cannot visualize, namely in our own inability to imagine, frame, and conceptualize what lies ahead of us. As physicist Carlo Rovelli puts it, the Anthropocene calls for ripensare la grammatica della nostra comprensione del mondo. It is perhaps through its emphasis on the imagination that the current environmental debate retain a utopian dimension. And Ghosh, for one, maintains that the great irreplaceable potentiality of fiction is that it makes possible the imagining of possibilities. And to imagine other forms of human existence is exactly the challenge that is posed by the climate crisis. We need rather to envision what it might be. Moreover, for Ghosh, the future is but one aspect of the Anthropocene. The era includes also the recent past and most significantly the present, a point that this conference importantly seeks to address. Half a century ago, by investigating scale and by positing photography as imagination rather than mere document, Giri highlighted imagination as an essential human resource to enlist in order to explore the complexities of our reality in its past and present realization and to envision a possible future, particularly when tackling landscape and environmental challenges. So, while measure and scale are keywords in many of Giri's photographic projects, the series where this is most apparent is in Scala from 77, 78, although some pictures are also from later, the mid-80s. This series explored the Rimini theme park, Italia in Miniatura, an open-air attraction that features scaled-down models of landscapes, mountains, and iconic buildings. In the mid-70s, Giri is increasingly attracted by the doubles, as we've seen a key theme in the preference of Kodachrome, as he repeatedly explored the double reality of mirror reflection, frames within frames, and consumer images, in an effort to unmask the illusory nature of representations, as well as cultural construction, of course, from the grand tour to mass tourism. If in Scala makes apparent Giri's techniques and cultural interest, no less importantly, it brings home for me the concern for landscape and the environment that informs this work. Ho chiamato così questo lavoro per suggerire immediatamente una lettura. Ghiri states in his preface to the series. La scala ci segnala una differenza, so scale marks a difference, of course. In questo Atlante sussidiario tridimensionale è in scala l'Italia. Come già detto per i paesi dei balocchi in earlier series on the Modenese Fairground, la variazione di scala appare anche qui nelle sue possibilità estreme, in quella micro e in quella macro, contemporaneamente, con effetto di straniamento totale. It is this estrangement effect that Ghiri seeks to trigger in his viewers, ironically exposing the illusion of mastering a visione dall'alto. Ghiri compares this effect to a colossale fotomontaggio, another key notion in his aesthetics, and highlights its function paradoxically in bringing us back to reality. In his words, è proprio in questo spazio di totale finzione che forse si cela il vero. Looking at these photographs with environmental humanities lenses brings home the hubris, the arrogance of the human being with respect to their habitat, which is often exploited, neglected in its historical heritage, and turned into a snapshot backdrop. To highlight a common disregard to the environment, in this series, Ghiri plays with scales through the presence and absence of the human beings in the shots, and through their varying size with respect to the model landscapes. While some of these photographs offers us an uncontaminated view of landscape and monuments, devoid of human presence, other photographs reinsert the human being within the picture, mostly as a group of tourists, in order to introduce a sense of size and proportion in line with the history of photographic representation of iconic sites and monuments. In some of the early photographs, the human presence is faceless, mostly seen from the back, and framed by the landscape, as in this group of people enveloped by the Monte Bianco on the left, or in this parent and child disappearing behind the back of the mountain. You can just about make it out here, clearly flouting alla Fellini the illusory nature of representation. In other photographs, mostly taken later in 85, the human beings in bigger groups tower over these sites, foregrounding the increasing impact of mass tourism and other underlying theme in Ghiri's work. In the series, Ghiri debunks both the tourist gaze and the myth of the viaggio in Italia, ironically exposing the extent to which, from early photographs to postcards to tourist snapshots, the Italian territory has always been represented as a series of iconic sites with apparently no significant places in between, just as it is represented in the Italian miniatura, where, of course, we only see iconic sites, landscape, and monuments. So if, according to John Parham, the Anthropocene requires us to adopt new forms of multiscala temporal literacy, 5 decades earlier, within Scala, Ghiri seems to suggest visually the disruption to human scales and times administered by the Anthropocene and also by our mass tourist society, and teaches us that vedere diventa lettura trasversale. Attraversare con lo sguardo la storia, l'arte, la natura e vedere l'altra immagine censurata, including the history of visual representation embedded within each image. For Ghiri, foregrounds in this series and throughout his work on framing and reframing landscape is, of course, a question of gaze, of whose gaze is posited as the primary gaze in this visual representation, the artist, photographer, the tourist, the dweller, or perhaps all of the above. And where does this place us as viewers with respect to landscape representation and the environment? And also, which gaze will ultimately project these spaces into futurity? So the question of how to represent Italian sites, sorry, I missed one of the other photographs here, where you can see, of course, Siena, Florence, and Monte Bianco, and so on. The question of how to represent Italian sites after centuries of iconic visual representation, and no less importantly, how to redirect photography away from the standard accepted views and to reestablish a new gaze on landscape and in the environment, are central to Ghiri's seminal collaborative project of 1984, ironically entitled Viaggio in Italia, where he put together the work of 20 photographers and a writer, Gianni Celati, in an attempt to offer a new take on the Italian landscape. Importantly, the focus of Ghiri and his colleagues falls on so-called luoghi qualsiasi, which are presented as carriers of a long cultural heritage that is felt to be vanishing, as can be seen, for example, in the 8 photographs that Ghiri included in Viaggio in Italia. Here, Formigine shows us an Italia minore, a rural heritage that is fast disappearing, including its visual representation, both of which bear only traces of the human presence. an emptiness that distinguishes the majority of the photographs in Viaggio in Italia and can be read as a symptom of what he perceived as the fading inhabitability of these places. Indeed, this image encodes what Ghiri maintains in the essay L'omino sul ciglio del burrone, namely, i luoghi si erano dissolti, erano rimasti splendidi fondali in bianco e nero in Technicolor. L'omino era sparito, se n'era andato via, aveva portato con sé la rappresentazione dei luoghi e vi aveva lasciato il loro simulacro. I'm really sorry, I just realized I kept all quotation in Italian. I hope that non-Italian speakers, if there are any, can follow, but basically the person in the landscape has vanished and places are only left in terms of simulacra. What Ghiri is showing us here in Politis word is that l'Italia minore è in realtà quella maggiore. In fact, most of what we see, including what tourists see, is of course the vast landscape that has been removed from traditional iconography and which instead makes up a sense of place. Even when in a few cases Ghiri explore well-known iconic tourist places, such as the Faraglioni in Capri, his main focus is not on aestheticizing this site, but rather on reframing it through our gaze, but foregrounding here through the telescope and the railing, both the actual working of photography, viewing and framing, and the subjective visual and cultural filtering that makes up any landscapes, as Michael Jacob teaches us. Although I don't have much time today to look at this project in detail, it's important to spell out the impact of Ghiri's individual and collective work on place and landscape in the 80s, on various generations of photographers, and also on the Italian understanding and imagination of landscape and environment. This is also, of course, closely tied to the process of mythicization and canonization, both of Ghiri's work, and particularly this project, Viaggio in Italia, as seen most recently in the celebration for his 40th anniversary with a touring exhibition in Paris, London, and Istanbul, and also organized by the Museo di Fotografia Contemporanea and the Italian Ministry of Culture, and in the reprint of the iconic photo book, which had been sold out for a long time. And these images here show the exhibition opening at the Italian Cultural Institute in London in February 25. Since the 1980s, the celebratory appraisal of Viaggio in Italia has contributed to consolidating the scholarly debate around the notion of landscape photography in Italy, which here works as a shorthand for national heritage, in line with similar celebration of French landscape photography in those years, as discussed, for example, in Olga Smith's recent monograph on the subject. Now, if there is time, I'm conscious that I've overrun because of the technical problem. So if there is time, I would like, before turning to landscape photography in conclusion, to briefly assess the underlying concern for the environment in Ghiri's essay, so a couple of quotations here, which so far has been overlooked by critics, a concern that for Ghiri is inherently interlinked with that for our visual grammar, as he, like Rovelli, calls us to rethink the grammar through which we look at the world. In one of his seminal essays entitled Ricerche, first delivered as a lecture in Reggio Emilia in 1989, Ghiri claims that the environment is one of the main contemporary problems. In his words, al giorno d'oggi, a mio parere, uno dei maggiori problemi riguarda l'ambiente, il fatto che ci muoviamo all'interno di un disastro visivo colossale. By juxtaposing and essentially equating these two clauses, a rhetorical technique that he commonly employed, Ghiri brings together what for him are two interlinked disasters of a similar entity. On the one hand, the environmental disaster, and on the other, no less importantly, the colossal visual disaster that is his unraveling at the time. Indeed, it is this visual disaster caused by mass consumerism which for him leads to our incapacity or unwillingness to tackle the disastri dell'ambiente, and to our inability to meaningfully relate to visual representation as places which we could still inhabit through our imagination. Later in the same essay, Ghiri maintains that environmental concerns are one of the main drivers in his work, and that these, in turn, are due to the human inability to relate to the landscape through representation. And I've put in bold some of the key notions here. La strategia di richiamare nuovamente l'attenzione sull'ambiente nella sua complessità mi sembra davvero importante. Dietro ai disastri dell'ambiente credo che vi sia una disaffezione, chiamiamola disaffezione, e quindi il recupero della rappresentazione visiva come strumento di relazione con il mondo, di rapporto con l'ambiente. Ultimately, for Giri, the cause of all these disasters lies in the lack of empathy induced by our anestetizzazione dello sguardo, which goes hand in hand with the death of imagination, a position that could be compared to Nicholas Mirza's proposal of reappropriating the image against the anesthetic effect produced by the iconography of the Anthropocene, by vindicating the right to see what is there to see and to name it as such. No less importantly, in the same lecture, Giri posits our disaffection towards the environment and towards its visual representation as the main driver behind Viaggio in Italia. Questa è una delle ragioni che mi hanno spinto a organizzare Viaggio in Italia, non tanto riappropriarsi dell'ambiente, ma di relazionarsi di nuovo con l'ambiente nel suo insieme. So Giri thus posits Viaggio in Italia as an effort to enter newly in a relationship with the environment in its entirety, and calls for a relational, empathetic approach to the environment, issues that resonate for me with the current environmental debate. It is surprising, therefore, that his environmental discourse has not yet been tackled by the critical literature. And the reasons for this are manifold, and of course, we don't have the time here. But while environment has become the key word today in many discourses, alongside ecological and co-critical approaches, landscape is the main notion that defines Italian photography and other disciplines at the time and still to date, to the extent that we could talk of a landscape turn in the mid-80s through to the 90s. Geographer Maria Chiara Zerbi accounts for this as a, cito, risposta a un mutamento della sensibilità collettiva, and also as a convergenza di interessi di studio, namely contextual discourses in urbanism, geography, and cognitive disciplines. However, the increased interest in landscape in the 80s, which Giri and his contemporary foreground in much of their photographic practice and theory, was in turn dictated by the growing awareness of the environmental destruction operated by the intense industrial construction and exploitation, especially since the 50s in Italy. Contextually and importantly, it is only in the mid-80s that Italian legislation moves away from protecting landscape as bellezze panoramiche considerate come quadri, so landscape equated here to aesthetic and artistic beauty, the Legge Bottai of 1939, to the so-called Legge Galasso of 1985, which for the first time stipulates the need of to safeguard any landscape, not just those of artistic and tourist value. So while still operating within aesthetic tradition, Giri's 1980s photography, including Viaggio in Italia, importantly addresses, in fact, indeed even precedes this legislative and cultural shift. It is important to acknowledge that landscape photography has played an important role in forming and maintaining national identity, as Giblet and Tolonen remind us, and in Olga Smith's words, in visualizing the newly emergent post-industrial landscape. In Smith's 22 monograph, Contemporary Photography in France, she highlights the intrinsic link between landscape and national imagery, whereby images of landscape give a visual manifestation to the imagined community of the nation, of course. Something which can equally be applied to Italy, particularly in moments of transition, such as the mid-80s, when urban and industrial development raised increasing concerns around the death of the landscape. Among Italian photography historians, Roberta Valtorta has spearheaded the notion of a scuola italiana di paesaggio, mostly around the work of Giri, but also Basilico, Guidi, and among others, has repeatedly celebrated the pivotal role of Viaggio in Italia in redefining Italian landscape, including her latest 2024 essay entitled Lo snodo di Viaggio in Italia, l'attenzione al paesaggio. So paesaggio is always key here. So to conclude, as Berlin-based environmental photographer and film director Armin Linke claims, Giri è stato il motivo per cui diventare fotografo, perché esisteva Giri, il suo metodo, sistema analitico, ma molto più aperto. So Giri was the reason that led many of us, kind of contemporary Italian photographers, to become photographers. And this is an opinion shared by many. Through his open analogic approach, Giri sought, I'm going to skip this because obviously there's no time to make a comparison with more contemporary, let's say, environmental photographers such as Burtynsky in the Anthropocene exhibition. So through his open analogic approach, Giri sought to highlight the urgency both of an environmental and landscape critique that involved different cognate fields and artistic practices, and an interartistic dialogue that valued the contribution of photography in assessing the post-industrial environmental disaster. As I hope to have demonstrated, environmental concern underpinned much of Giri's work, alongside his effort to positioning photography as an art through which to challenge visual representation and through which to relearn how to see and to relate both to what lies outside, but also to its long history of visual representations. Giri's approach is consonant, in my opinion, with the ecological debate at the time and antiliteral with the current environmental debate, including questions of scale and imagination. In their introduction to the volume Italy and the Ecological Imagination, Benvenu and Gilebi posit ecological imagination as an intrinsically political act of critical resistance and as a new way of seeing the world. Now, dissimilarly, through his photographic practice and theory, Giri posits imagination as a means of interrogating the concept of landscape as the construction of a social and symbolic place, and of challenging the invisibility of landscape and the environment, and calls for riguardare il paesaggio as the leitmotiv of his work, as a way to call out the impunity of deturpare qualsiasi luogo senza che nessuno se ne accorga. And just to conclude, as Pasquale Verdicchio rightly points out, although environmental issues have been at work in Italy for a very long time, they have in general received less attention compared to what has taken place elsewhere in the world. Although there's increasingly been redressed within literature and film studies, Italian photography, especially within Italy, is still mostly framed within an aesthetic paradigm. While it is essential to take into account the long tradition of landscape photography and aesthetic that's informed this art, I hope that with my paper I've started to redress this balancing up between the two approaches, as I have reflected on Giri's work and legacy on our ways of seeing and imagining places that we could still inhabit. Thank you very much, and apologies for running a bit late.
So our next speaker is Elena Del Agnesi. Where is she? Oh, hello, hi. Full professor in geography at the University of Milan Bicocca. Sorry, don't speak Italian. Where she teaches urban political geography, cultural and environmental geography, environmental justice, and geopolitics of the sea. President of the Association of Italian Geographers, and her research interests focus on political geography, critical tourism studies, and environmental discourse. Elena's paper is Beauty and Environmental Discourse in Contemporary Italian Cinema. Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I started with, I start paying my compliments and admiration for the former speaker, because she was quoted by Professor, that was Maria Chiara Zerbi. I was moved. But however, in my presentation there is a quite a lengthy theoretical part that I will cross very quickly, very rapidly. If you want to have some more, well, we can discuss it later on. However, after the introduction, I will try to make clear why I think that looking at even not really relevant from the cultural point of view text can be interesting. Why texts that are banal, apparently innocent, and maybe less relevant than artistic work such as Giri's, for instance, but they're relevant in my opinion because they can vehiculate a discourse, they promote a discourse in Foucauldian terms. And this discourse is maybe in geopolitical, is offering us the taken for granted world we're just living in, and this discourse is changing a long time and also in different contexts. But also, in my opinion, that this discourse is relevant also in environmental terms. And so, looking at popular culture text, even not so artistic or big, it can be interesting in order to understand which kind of this environmental discourse we are in. What are we taking for granted? And so, this is the general idea. So, another thing that I would like to underline is that there is a big difference between message and discourse. I mean, if I am the author, I'm trying to present you with my message, my idea. I want to tell you something. But this something that I want to tell you is inside my own discourse. And my discourse, that's actually the object of my research. Not the message is interesting, but the discourse is much more relevant because it is taken for granted. So it's the point that we need to look critically at. So, well, that's, I've already been saying, I said that I will go, this made my book actually, so I say this self-promoting. But however, my idea is just squeezed inside this book that I published in 2021, and that was actually the starting point from which we developed a big research project that was actually funded by the Italian Minister of the University, and that funded Pietro PhD's board scholarship. So it was something that actually had some good products, and also Stefania's scholarship. So it was starting from that. The idea is geopolitics. Why I'm used geopolitics? Because it's about power. For Foucauldian terms, discourse is power. So even if we are not speaking about the conflicts, but about the environment, we are speaking about power, because knowledge, power, they are so we are speaking about how popular culture can produce or critically deconstruct our discourse about the environment. Oh well, this is just to quote a very famous worldwide known geographer saying that the environment means so many different things to different people, and that's my talk. Which kind of meaning are you offering to the environment? Just squeezing an enormous amount of ideas in 3 green boxes, but greener going down. So the first one is so shallow environmentalism. But everyone is yes. Is anyone of us saying that I'm not for the environment? No, we are all environmentalists. But why? In which sense? So this is what are we taking for granted? The environment is a big container of resources that we need, because if not, next generation will not have sustainability discourse of taking for granted. That's the shallow or mainstream environmentalism, conservationism. Then there is someone saying, no, starting from the 70s, being environmentalism is something, needs a deeper attitude towards the environment. We need to understand that the environment, it's important for what it is, not just for present and future generation, but because it is the environment. Life is life and needs to be respected because it's life. Or again, we have now critical ecofeminists, post-humanists, a lot of very interesting fluxes coming from philosophy, and suggesting that we have to go to overcome the kind of dichotomies. No more differences between human and non-human. No more anthropocentric attitude. Try to go forward. Try to understand that we are all together in the same togetherness. Not environment, not something that is around us, but we are together. So the technicalities, I'm using looking at the landscape in movies, but in the geographical sense. So what I'm looking at is not really the quality of the location, but how it is connected with the human characters in the movie. And why did I choose these particular movies? Well, because they're produced in the same year, 2023, because they were more or less about the environment, but one is definitely a green movie, and the other one not. But we see that there is an environmental discourse in the 3 of them, and maybe the one that is not at all a green movie is more interesting from this point of view. So this is why I've chosen because of the message and the discourse and different things. However, what are we taking into account? The territorialization, it is the connection between the people and the context. What are we looking at? Well, the sides of the human figure, where it is. This is called in compositional analysis. How is composed? Is that the human small, big, towering, or just facing something that is much bigger than him? Then we can use different psychoanalysis, semiotic, but yes, in a geographical perspective, the representation of the landscape is a mode of territorialization. How is the connection? Are we respecting what is happening or not? And this is what actually I'm proposing for discussion with you today. The three movies, the Chimera, La Chimera, Alice Rohrwacher, Evelyn fra le nuvole, Evelyn Among the Clouds, Anna di Francesca, and 100 Domeniche, 100 Sundays. You can find, if you are interested, the Chimera, La Chimera, and 100 Domeniche, both on platforms. And Evelyn is coming, not yet, but is coming. It's coming on Reimagining, and then it's coming on the other platform. So, but because actually it is less famous of the three directors, Anna di Francesca is not unknown, but is not famous as Antonio Albanese. However, let's start with, this is just already suggesting a lot. This is the official trailer. There is a guy, an English guy called Arthur, and looking at the landscape in Civitavecchia. I'll show you the trailer.
Signore, sta sognando?
Era un mezzo mago. Così ce lo siamo portato con noi. Tutta quella bellezza, i vasi, l'oro. Tutto lasciato lì per un mondo che non si sapeva neanche se c'era. Il mondo delle anime.
Cerco la signora Flora.
Avevo detto non sarebbe tornato. E guarda chi c'è, è l'altro unico amico. Tante grazie, mangia. C'è un buon suivo, mi sei.
E poi posso farti un corso accelerato in italiano.
Vedremo l'occhio.
Incantesimo!
It's our inestimable value. That's what we're here for. Estimate the inestimable.
Viva le icone delle anime! Viva l'Enrico!
Non ti perdere, dai. Tu trovi sempre tutto, eh?
Need to talk.
Perché hai fatto questo? Non si sente male?
Okay, so the synopsis, the story of a young English man, Arthur, will discuss a gift. It can fill the emptiness. So it's very useful because it's working with, we call them tombaroli, tomb raiders, stealing actually Etruscan archaeology and selling to the private market. So it's totally illegal kind of activity, and that actually Arthur, when he's on the trains coming back from the jail. But we don't know. I don't want to tell you anything anymore because if you are interested, I don't want to spoil you the movie. However, there is this contrast between the past and the present. Have you seen maybe Isabella Rossellini, you recognize her, in this beautiful but very, very ruined old, not so castle, but palace. And this is something that is, I think is quite relevant is looking for beauty. This is, you see, you're trying to fill the emptiness. And the beauty is under. So the location, this is from an interview with the directors. She say that is, they wanted to devastate the land, Etruria, that it is an area between Lazio and Tuscany. And it was like this, but also like this, or like that. And she in this interview, she used the term devastation, devastated 3 times. So she wants, and she say that the film is first and foremost a testimony. So she wanted to tell something about what happened to this land and to this landscape. But the movie is not a dream movie. The movie is about dream, about past, about the connection with Etruscan beauty, etc., etc. And there is this the former and fiancé of Arthur coming always back. So it's not a green movie, but it's a movie with this kind of landscape of This is Arthur looking himself into the pool, but there is this old, unfinished eco-monster. And under the eco-monster, this is actually the sanctuary, the most beautiful tomb that you can see. Arthur lives here, in this sort of baroque, but there is just the castle on the other side. So this contrast is continuous between what is happening today and the past. And the past was beauty, and today is a destruction of beauty. This is again in the palace of Isabella Rossellini. And again, they succeed in finding this amazingly beautiful statue, but they cut the head because it is difficult to take away. And then, and then they sell it actually to a private. So, is an environmental movie? No, but the director said that it's a testimony. And this ugliness of the present and the fantastic beauty of the past. And they go to the beach and they say, what is this? A landfill. Cos'è una discarica? A landfill. It was a beach, not a discarica, but it's a beach turned into a discarica. And then there was the monstrous building, the eco-monster, and then they are destructing the archaeological find. And so this underground beauty. So beauty in the general vision of the director belongs to the past. And so I say, as an environmental discourse, this is an elegiac tone, is something about preservation, and so it's mainstream preservation. It's actually saying, okay, respect the environment for its beauty, because the beauty is something that helps you, but the beauty is gone, and just you can cry in front of the destruction of the beauty. The second movie is Evelyn Among the Clouds, Evelyn fra le nuvole. Evelyn is much more optimistic. Evelyn is a green movie, definitely. The location is this fantastic place near Reggio Emilia, the Pietra di Bismantova. And it looks like the Monument Valley, but it's actually Italy. And it's I'll show you the...
Ora arriviamo a paese. Vuoi andare che volevo ci metto l'orecchio?
Ci godiamo il panorama.
Io sono Richard. La mia azienda deve solo sistemare un ripetitore qui e devo solo fargli firmare il permesso.
So the movie is about this beautiful landscape that still exists, though slowly because we can admire the landscape. And what is happening? This lady, she's the owner of an agritourism, and in this beautiful set. And then someone from a big French company pops up saying that they need to make a telephone repetitor, a big antenna, there, just ruining the landscape. So, yes, but and then there is a conflict. It's a social environmental conflict because someone in the village is okay. We've got a good connection, good internet, but the other one say, but so you're going to ruin the landscape, and he says you're out of the world, and she says, and that's interesting. This is the real world. You are out of, and then I don't want to spoil it. So get on with some.
Ma sta attento, si può piantare da un'altra parte.
Bisogna guardare il futuro, anche tu dovresti farlo.
I ragazzi se non gli dai i tablet, i computer, se ne vanno.
This is the measures, and the young people, teenagers, they go away if you don't give them the connection. And so giving them the connection is a way for keeping the countryside alive. So there's a local, but also, can be. And then there is someone living among the air. This is an old lady living among the nature and with the air. However, so the synopsis already, as I tell you, she lives in this beautiful place, and she's got cows, and Evelyn is actually a cow. And why is it among the clouds? Because Evelyn gets lost, and then they recover with an helicopter. So there is this sign with Evelyn. But the cloud is, as I said, location Pietra di Bismantova, and again an interview with the director was shot in the beautiful and little-known Emilian Apennines. We were lucky enough to find a farmhouse where Mrs. Silvana and her family welcomed us. So this is the telling us it's the real life, it's true. We didn't invent the set. The set was already there for us to find it. And then the game is a green. The theme is, again, Anna Di Francesca speaking. The theme is related to green issues, discussing a possible conflict between new technologies and nature as a search for harmony between the two, given that we all have to live with these technologies and cannot do without them. But they will find a solution. So the title of this, they say, Anna Di Francesca, director, ecologist, and feminist, because of course the village is run properly only by women, while the men are just trying to make the advance of the technology. So it is a green movie, yes. There is a direct connection to slow violence, to the Rob Nixon idea that we are victims of something that we don't recognize as violence. Indeed, putting a big antenna in 2 meters from us is a violence. It's a violence because it's not also only ugly, but it's also bad for our health. And so it's a form of any kind of environmental disaster is a form of violence. So there is a direct message. And there is the contrast between the capacity of seeing beauty and the desire for making money. But then, what is the discourse? Well, the main protagonist, she is actually breeding cows, and one other of the characters is breeding snails. But the cows eventually, well, they're treated very, very well, but at the end, one of them is going to be killed because it's going to be eaten. And well, the snails, maybe they are treated very well, but they are going to be transformed into pomata, into ointment. So, still we are just anthropocentric in our attitude towards the environment, and still we are speaking about elegia, conservationism, mainstream. We are just not capable. I mean, the movie is a green, but it's not going to be critical towards mainstream environmentalism. Women, men, humans are always in the center, and this is a very anthropocentric way of speaking about the environment. The third movie is not a green movie at all. Maybe you know him. He was very popular as a comedian, actually, but this movie is very tragic. So you're not going to laugh if you go to. The movie, in my opinion, is very, very good, but not funny. One other Sundays, because one of the characters says that in the past, a workman working 100 Sundays could raise the money to buy a house, or at least a flat for himself, but no more. So the movie has got a very social flair. However, this is the
Sempre saldato.
Sempre.
Buona Cina!
Ma se io ti chiedessi di lasciare di metterti con me?
Ma tu scherzi sempre.
Mio padre mi dice sempre che lei è stato il più bravo tornitore dell'azienda.
Sono andato in prepensionamento, sai, lavoro non ce n'era più tanto.
Gli anziani costano di più.
Che pirla che sei.
Senti più.
So a workman working but now is going to be is being retired, early retirement, because it's expensive, and so he can't work anymore. And he lives with his old mother, and he lives a very normal, acceptable life. But sometimes also acceptable normal life when going to be turned off. And something horrible happens to him, but just not because it's because he's just
Dall'orecchio sinistro o dal destro?
Sì, benissimo. Senti papà, io e Chicco volevamo dirti una cosa.
Mi devo preoccupare?
Sì.
Mamma! La se sposa le mi...
La se sposa is even in dialect. The beautiful daughter, the beautiful daughter of Antonio is going to get married. And he is been dreaming of all his life to pay for a big, fantastic wedding for his daughter. And so he goes to the bank asking back some of his money. And then, again, I don't want to spoil the movie, but something, he discovered, that his money is no more there because of the bank. and they made him sign something, and he signs because that's a very important exchange in the movie. They say, you read the contract. Do you read contracts? I don't. And so he said, everyone does it. It's his job. This is not my job. If I trust him, if it says sign here, I sign. And he signs, and is ruined. And then the movie goes on. And so it's a very social, not. That was the synopsis. There are some screenshots, and you can see the inner of the Antonio's flat. Very simple. But the place where is located the movie is Olginate, on the lake, and outside everything is beautiful. Inside less. So the location Olginate, and there are beautiful villas and also very ugly building. And this is the point that has attracted my attention as a geographer, not as a film critic. And why? This is Olginate, and this is Antonio's car going along the Il Lungo Lago. Then there are the villas. This is the owner of the factory where Antonio used to work, and the villa is still very beautiful. And this is the factory, and this is the library. So some places are still very beautiful, but the villas belonging to the rich. And inside, Antonio's got a lover, a rich woman living along the lake, and so you see the inside of only one scene on the inside of this beautiful villa, but you see it's just facing this is the outside of the villa. And this again the villa of the owner. And this is interesting because if you look carefully, Antonio is here speaking about compositional analysis. He's here, but it's not here. He's here, is trying to speak with his lover, that is the lady, and she's reading the phone. But they say, I cannot speak with you. He is there, taking care of the orchard, but she's getting a tea with the owner of the villa and their friends. And this is another villa. This is belongs to the future husband of Antonio's daughter. And they are here chatting and singing. And the owner of the villa say, I don't even know why we built this pool. Nobody uses it. And then this side of Antonio's villa, Antonio's flat, and this is the kitchen of his daughter. And they are different, but this is very old style, and then you should look at the details. And this is another detail that I find interesting, the salad, because it says, I'm speaking with the daughter, I've got some salad for you, you like it so much. Okay, then this is Antonio's house, the building. You see, he is here speaking on the phone. And 70s building, Italy is full of this kind of buildings, and this is another shot of the same building. And it's a pity that I cannot show you the movie because there is a soundscape and they're very noisy. So while in the villa there's a very quiet and bird chirping, blah blah blah, in Antonio's house there is the noise of the car, this roaring from the traffic. So it's not a great movie, as I said. I see there are a collection of themes that are touched by the movie. We made it from the Conferenza Episcopale Italiana, but they say amicizia, friendship, love, old people, actually chronic, because it's something that happened actually in some small Italian banks. Scams as the one that are destroying Antonio really happened in Italy. So family and parents and children, law, work, couples, and our time, death, politics, society, but no environment. That's the point. And then this is a movie with social content, a great act of denunciation, a wonderfully political film about manipulation, about the savior who finds himself a shareholder simply because he is unable to understand what is his sign. So this is not a green movie, but there is this continuous contrast between open spaces that are still beautiful, the mountain skyline, the historic center of Olginata, the lakefront, and then the ugliness of the low-cost buildings from the 70s where Antonio lives. So again, there is a preservationist touch, and this elegy of beauty, something that is gold, but not for everyone, and that is my point. Beauty is a class privilege in this movie. So if you're rich, you can still live in your beautiful villa along the lake, and okay. If you're not, you live in the building with a bit noisy. So the spaces of the wealth of people are full of beauty. But the working class live in a different spaces. And so there is, in my opinion, a touch of environmental justice discourse, because we are just contrasting what is lost for everyone and what is kept for someone. And then the last point, that's what I'm interested in, what's on the menu? Because you see the character eating sometimes. Well, they never eat meat. There is no carnism in the movie. So they say, salad, which you like so much, from the orchard. And then they are eating pastina, that is a molded pasta cooked in liquid form pasta. Not, that's something for the old people. Pastina is not very. But the mother says, is it good? Oh yes, it's good, it's good. So there is not an open vegetarian message, but there is no carnism on display. And I think that this is something from the discourse. We know that Antonio Albanese is not officially a vegetarian, but he's saying something about what he can eat. I mean, he's not promoting a different way of it. He's not pushing carnism, that is the habit of eating meat, that has been defined an ideology, and that I defined a discourse with this movie. And I'm finished. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Elena, for that another really fascinating paper. And we're already thinking about different photographic and cinematic lenses and how we can think about them. We're now going to think about some historical lenses with a paper from Joseph Viscomi. Hello, Joseph. Joseph is a historian, anthropologist, specialising in the Mediterranean region from the late 18th century to the present. He's a senior lecturer at the School of Historical Studies at Birkbeck, Programme Director of the MA in European History, and Birkbeck Director of the Raphael Samuel History Centre. Joseph's research focuses on temporality, absence and entropy in the history of migration, and his paper today is called Landscape and Loss in Calabria, Environmental Histories of Spopolamento. Okay.
I wasn't sure that there would be so much overlap between the first three papers, but I was actually really fascinated to see how there are these very fine lines that intersect. I hope some of you recognize them. If not, maybe they'll come out in the Q&A. This talk is a story that attempts to navigate a series of problems related to departure and migration. These are problems that have inflected my own research in recent years, and it's part of sort of a major shift that I'm in the process of making with my work. At its heart is a question about how we see migration when we look at the landscape. So I don't work on visual culture in the same way that some of the other papers have. But I think in some ways it's also a response to some of the same literatures that, for example, Marina mentioned in reference specifically to rethinking scale and imagination. Before I move on to the more historical data, I will turn briefly to literature. You can guess where I'll turn. Italo Calvino's Palomar begins with a short story called Reading a Wave, in which Calvino describes the efforts of the inquisitive Mr. Palomar as he attempts to separate out for observation one singular wave from its emergence to its collapse. The curious scientific mind of Signor Palomar in Calvino's narrative undermines his efforts. And he realizes that with the simple shifts in his perspective, the wave appears to be moving sideways, crashing backwards and folding, composed of multiple simultaneous colliding ripples and waves, and he becomes lost in angst over the intractable complexity of the task at hand. Calvino's is an interesting story, but it's also very much one mired in its perspective of postmodern relativity. When I teach at Birkbeck, it's a useful device to introduce the many arguments and debates in the field of Mediterranean history. Does the Mediterranean as a region exist? When is the modern Mediterranean? How are its limits constituted? What forms they take and where? There's a long intellectual tradition of thinking about these questions that continues to re-articulate the region. And I use this story in my teaching in this course that follows the idea of the Mediterranean through scholarly thought, but also in relation to the context in which that thought emerged and his position, from Brodel's writing his book to recent attempts to understand the sea as a borderland marked by violence and death, and now environmental crisis. There is indeed something fundamentally Brodelian about Calvino's reading a wave, surface turmoil and chaos with deep underlying, almost unnoticeable structures that reveal themselves only with careful analysis. What's absent, however, from Palomar's experience in trying to delineate that one wave, trace one line through the sea's history, is the shoreline. It receives only a passing mention as intervening in the process. The materiality of the encounter between the crashing waves and the coastal sands. As Palomar stands observing patterns, the shape of the coast changes. Its shoreline would be eroded, sand and stone would be moved, shifted, and consequently the ebb and flow of incoming waves would transform over time. Nothing strikes me as more historical indeed than this material encounter between the sea and the land, the contrast between different forms and rhythms of change and transformation. And yet nothing strikes me as more absent from the study of histories of migration in the Mediterranean and beyond it. The historiography, which includes hotly debated concepts, ideas, intellectual exchanges, mobilities, and yet little reflection on how material grounds have shifted beneath our subjects. We take seriously the scholarship on anthropogenic climate change and recent work in environmental history, even while we might contest and debate some of the terms set by these conversations. They all imply a need to reconsider the process that we've understood as conditioning modernity, to understand the role of materiality in historical change and transformation. Indeed, this has been the challenge of Amitav Ghosh in his The Great Derangement, which you've already had a hint at today, to unpack through material environmental processes the myth of progress implicit in Enlightenment modernity. This emerging body of scholarship seems to point to a real need to consider temporal extensions as materially linked to one another, even or especially in cases of absence, departure, perceived decline, and abandonment. But what does this have to do with landscapes of departure in the Mediterranean? In my book, Migration at the End of Empire, which traces the departure of Italians to and from Egypt between the late 19th century and the 1960s, I was interested in mutual constitution of ideas and practices of political membership in the modern Mediterranean. I considered what Nancy Green has called the limits of transnationalism, the points of tension and friction where migrant subjects rub against and shape state practices through the lens of historical temporalities. In the book, I focused on the consolidation and ending or dispersal of an Italian community composed of around 55,000 subjects. I did, in this work, what a good historian of migration does. I followed migrants. I traced lines through networks and attempted to understand how their movements fit into wider changes in the Mediterranean and in global histories. Yet in the decade or so of research that informed that book, one thing haunted me, and that is the subject of the rest of this talk. And that's the landscape of the Paesi di Origine, the hometown or point of departure. It was a loaded term that sat marked on so many of the pages of archival materials and hours of oral historical interviews that went into that book. From police and consular court records, to diplomatic notices, to petitions for assistance in the 1930s, to the social landscape of civilian internment camps during the Second World War, and finally to demands for consular repatriation and then aid and assistance upon arrival in Italy. At times it determined where migrants could go to request aid or assistance. At other times it made their movements illegal. It meant that they would be unable to acquire welfare support, or it meant that after living in urban Alexandria or Cairo, they would have to go upon arrival in Italy to a small village or provincial town in which these migrants had few connections after 2 or 3 generations of absence. It also determined or influenced the political stances they took towards those who arrived today on Italian and European shores through the Mediterranean. In other words, these landscapes, these backdrops, which are now emptied or depopulated, still played an active role in this story. These places haunted me too because I have them in my own family's history. In Giarre, in Sicily, Casaduni, Fragneto, Monforte, in Benevento, and in Petrizzi, in Calabria. These were all points of departure from which futures were imagined, founded on the spaces of experience in rural landscapes and the horizons of expectations to which they would be able to return, or that they would abandon due to the turbulent grounds on which the towns and villages were built. These are all the points that my family left to go to the US. Global history tends to privilege connection and interaction. Likewise for Mediterranean history, especially since the resounding impact of Purcell and Horton's The Corrupting Sea in 2000. But little attention is given to how separations and disconnections develop over time. Following this approach, as historians of migration, we tend to trace migrants out of and away from their points of departure. Places that no longer figure once the connections and networks change are left as abstracted backdrops. They remain gaps in our analyses. This, I believe, is symptomatic of how profoundly progressive modernity has shaped our epistemological framework in looking at history, a point environmental and materialist historians are now coming to terms with. If we think about the co-presence in historical time of points of departure and arrival or destinations, we must begin to think about migration and the myth of progress embedded in Enlightenment modernity, according to thinkers like Bruno Latour and Amitav Ghosh and Deepesh Chakrabarty and others, differently. Thus, I ask, what does the history of migration look like if it were told from the perspective of emptied out, abandoned, or depopulated landscapes? So I'll start in Calabria. So I'll begin with the last point of departure in my own family's history, Calabria in 1947, where my 17-year-old grandfather left with his mother and siblings to join his father in America. For those of you who know, in Calabria, we can trace a long history of marginalization. We can look back to the 16th century, the idea of La Nostra India, Las Indias de por acá, that shaped missionary imaginaries of the remote communities elsewhere, also in rural Europe, that saw within them the need to be brought into civilization, just as European ideas about progressive enlightenment began to take shape. The land told a story that began in 1783, when an earthquake destroyed hundreds of villages and towns in Calabria. Indeed, it wasn't one earthquake, but rather a seismic event that extended between early February and late March. 32 to 50,000 people died. There are stories of the inhabitants of mountain towns fleeing to the sea in Scilla, only to be washed away during the night by a tsunami. A sulfuric cloud descended on the towns, provoking confusion and fears that the end times were perhaps near. What people didn't know was that the cloud most likely came from the eruption of the Laki volcano in Iceland. In many towns, the old feudal elite would never return to their houses and estates, choosing instead to relocate to Naples or further north and slowly to transfer their wealth and resources there, away from these smaller towns. The 1783 earthquake accelerated a process of the consolidation of state power, which had been underway since the mid-18th century, as the government in Naples used the event to appropriate funds from ecclesiastical holdings, in theory to rebuild destroyed towns and villages. Creating the Casa Sacra, the state set in motion a process of bureaucratization, one that you'll see hints of throughout this whole talk. But this aligned with wider societal transformations of the period. It provoked a moment of dramatic change in which a new group of scientifically minded and professionally trained elite seized power, and the old regime's social and political dynamics were challenged and occasionally upturned. Here you see the old town on the left of Casa Monarto, abandoned for good after the earthquake, and Philadelphia, the new city designed and built with urban architecture to protect its inhabitants and to imagine a new future. individuals that were involved in the design and construction of Philadelphia were also played active roles in the Risorgimento. They were some of the first participants of the Carbonari in Calabria. So I think it's interesting. I use Philadelphia as an example because my family left to Philadelphia, but the other one, I like to point to the fact that the Calabrian Philadelphia is actually newer than the American Philadelphia. It also set into motion the emergence of a new class of professionals that take hold of these new responsibilities and roles within the state and within the state's administrative and bureaucratic structures, one that would become immensely important in the 19th century. In the small town of Petrizzi on the Ionian Sea, where my grandfather was born, the ducal palace remained vacant after 1783, and it stayed vacant until the mid-19th century, while new homes were built on the mountain and in the countryside. The feudal family mostly left the town, leaving local professionals to manage land and finances. You see here a post-seismic map of the new homes in the town, noting the barracks as temporary housing was called. In fact, today, this area of the town in the red is still known in dialect as Le Verac. This was only the beginning of what would become a century of struggle for rights and control over land. By 1818, municipal councils, held by a burgeoning class of professionals and smaller landowners, discussed the implications of a land purchasing mania, as individuals sought to acquire new properties and increase their own wealth. As ownership and agricultural production changed, alongside national, local, and regional forms of government, the navigation of land itself became increasingly problematic. In addition to profiting from products of the land, with privatization, a landed elite realized they could profit from the land itself. And at the same time, many peasants and artisans began to demand rights to the land. From the 1840s to 1870s, for example, archives tell of contested debates about the construction of roads through mountains. Roads functioned as paths for spreading power and disseminating information. Elite landowners blocked attempts to conjoin towns and villages, fearing that smallholders would outcompete them if connected. Roads were seen too as possibilities for the communication of bandits and political subversives, means to sharing ideas about how ownership and labor might look differently than it had in the past, in some cases, or how new market structures might be created that would challenge others. Infrastructure was power and could be empowering, but these debates were all formed on shaky grounds. And as more and more agricultural land was privatized and fragmented, and holdings were fragmented, these tensions fueled emigration. In this way, the earthquake of 1783, as several historians have argued, pointed to the continuity of historical configurations of power and ownership. Most famous is the extensive work of Augusto Placanica. But it also influenced the flow of historical processes. As Timothy Lecain has convincingly argued in his work on the materiality and the matter of history, the material landscape concretely impacts the pace and the rhythm of history's unfolding. One might imagine how these geological faults and tremors unsettle notions of belonging to are being rooted in a particular place. And I think this, to a certain extent, also speaks to some of that romanticism that we saw hinted at in the last lecture, this idea that the past was where the beauty resided. But with these events that we can trace a sort of unsettling of some of those notions, I think. The idea that emigration then begins with the Risorgimento or the unification of the Italian state, or even with the globalization of the late 19th century, as Osterhammel and others have claimed, may as well be unsettled by the fact that documents from the early 19th century speak already about emigrazione in Calabria in the aftermath of the earthquake. From one town to another, entire families resettled, in some cases carrying with them only the names of their towns of origin. So it wasn't just a new class of professional elite that's created, but also a new form of mobility related to the events that are happening. Other events would also change the landscape. Jumping ahead from 1911 to 1913, reports of increasingly out-of-control fires in the summer filled the correspondence of municipal administrators and regional authorities. These fires were attributed to the lack of laborers caused by emigration to the Americas. As the fires consumed the free-growing grass under olive groves around vines, figs, ficcidindia, and other crops, particularly those crops that were profitable to the large landholders. It also thinned the soil. The soil rests on a solid piece of granite, where the same care and maintenance, the same labor that had been responsible for keeping fires under control in the past, had worked to maintain a more structurally sound soil. So there's a kind of spiral that begins to make itself present in this story. As more people departed before the Second World War with the hope of returning or making land purchases with remittances from abroad, fewer people were present to work the land. As land was left unworked, it became more volatile and costly to maintain. When there were heavy rains on damaged land, the thin layer of soil saturated, blending the boundaries between solid and liquid and causing landslides and floods. Material landscapes and human actions grew distant in a progress introduced by migration, but nevertheless remained interconnected. More floods in the 1920s, and then 1935, rains destroyed towns and villages on the Ionian coast of Calabria, particularly those that had seen heavy emigration. And again in 1950-51, a series of even more devastating floods struck the region, many of which are the cause of the emptying of parts of Reggio Calabria, the Aspromonte, where some famous images of the emptied landscapes abound in relation to the contemporary rise of the 'Ndrangheta. Here, I threw some slides of that landscape, a nod to the visual. I can come back to that. Then in 1973, a date that I've come to understand as the more definitive moment of depopulation, not because people ceased to travel, nor because towns were permanently emptied. In fact, now the populations are much lower than they were in 1973, but because it was a moment of transformation in the regime of historicity in relation to the place of origin. The landscape of the Paese itself became a reference to the past. In 1973, 13 days of continuous rain rendered around 200 homes in Petrizzi uninhabitable. The administration of the town and similar-sized towns elsewhere in Calabria shifted to more subtle forms of political corruption. I think implicit in a lot of this talk is also some of Nixon's notion of slow violence. He'd say maybe more about that later. Municipal engineers entered the picture with conflicting interests as landowners and developers. In Petrizzi, they determined parts of the historical town were uninhabitable, and the only safe area for construction was owned by their own friends and families. Contemporaneously, a series of laws and regulations related to tourism and heritage, and more broadly regarding devolution, were introduced into national legislation. So while local heritage associations, Pro Loco, for example, were constituted, looking increasingly further back in time to articulate the histories of towns and villages in the Mezzogiorno, living in those very landscapes became increasingly unviable. There's a sort of visual aspect to this, I think, that's important and that came to mind during the first two talks, which is that it's precisely at this moment that the past sort of becomes this concrete visual landscape that people look to, not just from abroad, but also with the construction of the tourist industry in these years. That's, I think, often related to something that comes from elsewhere. And it's not just that it's emptied out of the people, but it actually, the landscape itself is emptied out of the labor. Something that Dario Gaggio, the historian, has looked at on the Tuscan landscape and this idea of the beautification of the landscape. Today, Petrizzi has a population of around 800 people, roughly a quarter of its peak in the 1930s, like many other towns in Calabria. Since the 1970s, many of these towns and villages have witnessed a pervasive spread of the 'Ndrangheta, not always through the physical violence as we often see in mediatized representations of criminality, and as was in fact the case, and as is in fact the case in many places, but through lines of political corruption and clientelism. It should be no surprise then to return to another of the four elements, having already addressed land, water, and fire, that today wind is one of the most hotly debated subjects in many towns along the edge of the mountains in Calabria. One way smaller scale ndranghetisti have exercised power and accumulated wealth is by profiting from the emptying of the landscape. Several summers ago, when unprecedented fires blew through southern Italy, Spain, and Greece, rumors spread just as fast that there were interests behind these fires. Many suspected that they were being fueled by municipal administrators who sought to empty the land of people and crop, to devalue it so that it could be sold off to multinational corporations. I think about that scene from the trailer from Evelyn Fra le Nuvole, which I haven't seen a movie, but seems to allude to some of this. And I think there's another connection here to draw from the well of early modern history. This detail resonates with the use of depopulator as a term which referred to those landowners and elite who sought to appropriate the commons and drive the movement of enclosure in early modern England. So to move towards a conclusion, these processes of modernity, industrial capitalism, and urbanization are often seen as the major actors or the major drivers in the history of migration. And we often arrive at our studies of migration, its histories and presence, by following migrant subjects and their experiences in the world through these processes. I don't think I'm arguing that those processes aren't relevant, but I think we've only told half the story. In the historiography of migration, as long as we follow migrants and as our main subjects, we neglect the role played by and the historical narratives revealed in points of departure, in the past and into the present. On one hand, therefore, we understand only partially what migration is. And on the other hand, we understand only partially the actors and their roles in historical time. Indeed, we omit many of them. Our understanding of modernity shifts when we look at how material landscapes and more than human agents act and intervene in the historical process, how they're deeply entrenched in the decisions and choices made by humans. What these materials tell us is that while perspectives and possibilities may undergo change as migrants move across space, and what categories of political membership and belonging may be transformed through new and emergent institutional structures that manipulate the relationship between time and space, the grounds beneath us are changing. To refer back to that image of Palomar, the materiality is fundamental here. Material landscapes are agents of change that impose distinct regimes of historicity, even when they're absent from the story itself. This, I believe, has been the call of scholars like Bonnuel and Fressot, Chakrabarty, Latour, Ghosh, Armiero, a little bit closer perhaps to some of us, among others, to rethink history in light of new knowledge about anthropogenic climate change, not simply to encourage environmental histories, but to fundamentally unsettle the narratives through which we have described the relationship between social, political, and environmental processes. To do this, we need to be aware of how multiple and layered times connect, but also how they transfigure, punctuate, and impose themselves, even when they are best hidden or not seen at all. The histories of emptied, abandoned, and depopulated landscapes, then, are not a consequence of migrant departures in the past, but are stories of coeval change, revealed only when the materials that have long been disconnected from migrant lives are narrated in tandem with departure, dispersion, and entropy. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just talking to
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your sandwiches. I hope that people on Zoom can hear us. The owl appears to be awake, so I'm optimistic. So this session is on the anthropic impact. Melissa and I have been looking up that adjective. Doesn't exist. And we're delighted to hear, first of all, from our amazing colleague, Deborah Howard, who is Emeritus Professor of the History of Architecture here in Cambridge and at St John's College. You know she's published a gazillion incredibly important books. The Architectural History of Venice, Venice in the East, Sound and Space, Venice Disputed, Sacred Home, some of these things, collaborations with dear colleagues of hers, but most of them single authored. And perhaps most relevant to today's conference is her recent edited book, Proto-Industrial Architecture in the Age of Palladio, which went along with an exhibition, Acqua Terra Fuoco, at the Palladio Museum in Vicenza, and that won the Europa Nostra European Heritage Award. So it's absolutely brilliant that you can share some of that research with us today. So over to you, Deborah.
Thank you, Mary. Now, this is not a very theoretical paper because I want to give you lots of images, but in general I'm going to look at the sort of fear of flooding and the transition from sort of superstition and religious acceptance to rational supervision and management. So I'm going to start with a bit of text because, of course, Venice was subject to, still is subject to terrible floods. And I think in dialect it sounds so wonderful. But I put this text up particularly because I want to stress that it affected all classes of people. So the people couldn't get to Collegio for their meetings. There's physical damage. It damaged the fondamenta, the waterfront. And then there was somebody selling wine whose wine barrels got carried away in the water. And it's a sort of multi-sensory, multi-class experience. Now, I'm going to start with this absolutely very, very familiar image from the mosaics in San Marco of the biblical flood, which is, of course, the prototype for all sorts of flood imagery. And it was divine punishment for corruption. As the Bible says, all the springs of the great deep burst forth and the floodgates of the heavens were opened and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. So we've got lots and lots of rain. We've got people in various stages of life and death. So the ones with green faces, I think, have already drowned. There's a child here. There's probably a horse or donkey or something here, a cow. But it's expressing this primeval terror of drowning. Michelangelo is obviously not from the Veneto, but I put this in just to remind you that this is, in a sense, the iconic image of the biblical flood. But he's much more interested in human nude than he is in water or any kinds of sort of physical impact of flooding itself. A different approach is taken by Titian in this amazing woodcut. It's probably bigger than this image on the screen here. It's done in 8 sheets. And 12 sheets, 4 times 3. And Titian was from Cadore, and to get to and from Venice from Cadore, he had to go along the valley of the river Piave, which flooded quite frequently. So you can see that he's got very first-hand experience of the sort of terrifying impact of rushing waters. And of course, it swallowed up Pharaoh's army. So there's a real sense of the drama and the terror and the sort of impossibility of human action to prevent it. This is Jacopo Bassano, one of a series of paintings of this story from the book of Genesis, and this is the one that actually shows the flood. Now, Bassano uses it to show all the things he loves to paint, like copper pots and animals and people shown from all different angles, from backside, from children, the general sort of chaos really, and darkness as well. So it's a very confused picture. Now Bassano was also the author of a rather important altarpiece in a little church in Feltre, which was shown in an exhibition in Vicenza, I think last year, but normally sits above the same altar for which it was painted. It was signed and dated 1576 because Bassano had gone up to the mountains to escape from the Great Plague in Venice, which of course killed Titian. And it commemorates a terrible flood of the Colmeda River, which took place in 1564, the 27th of July. It took place on the day of the feast of Saint Crescens of Mainz, who is there. That's the one on that side, who was the first bishop of Mainz. And there's also St. Anthony of Padua, because it was a Franciscan church that's the Franciscan church that the altarpiece lies in. Now, this is a votive picture, really, to thank the Virgin and for deliverance from this flood, recovery from the flood. But it contains a very graphic picture of the effects of this sort of confusion. And I'm going to show you a detail. I actually find this a little bit disappointing as an image of flooding, because floods don't really look like this. You don't have your beautiful shiny copper pot neatly spread around, and the cows at sort of 6 feet intervals, and you know, he's trying to encapsulate the total material loss, the loss of life. It's also probably alluding to the fact that deforestation was part of the cause, as I'll tell you later. But it's very much taking the view that these forces are sort of result of divine will, and that it's only by religious devotion, really, that one can counter this sort of threat. There's an article, fairly recent article, by an art historian called James Pilgrim, who argues that it's actually a very scientific and sort of modern response. I can show you some much more scientific things later, but he does point out that Bassano himself was involved in land surveys, and his two sons did a beautiful survey of Bassano in great detail. So he also was involved in land reclamation schemes. So in a sense, there is an underlying scientific basis, if you like, to this. And Pilgrim argues that these tree stumps are significant of the Bassano's suspicion that deforestation is very much part of the problem here. So that leads me on to the subject of scientific observation. And I'm going to start with, I'm going to be looking at the Veneto in particular. I'm going to start with Leonardo da Vinci, because although he did go to Venice, but he's obviously not from that part of the world, but he's an absolute pioneer of the direct observation of forces of nature, and in addition did, as I'm sure you all know, a very modern sort of map, a chorographic map, top down, for a project for canalizing the river Arno. This is 1503 to 4, so it's well before the surveys and maps that I'm going to talk about now. So he's a kind of pioneer. The Venetian Republic acquired its terra firma empire during 14th and 15th centuries. I'm not going to go into that. Let's just assume that they already have it. And they were extremely dedicated to dealing with the problems of water, both in the city and the lagoon, and also in the rivers and on the terra firma, water rights, water hydrology, and all the related issues. So the Savi alle Acque, founded in 1501, became Savi Esecutori alle Acque in 1531. And they looked after the hydrology of the lagoon, but in order to do that, you also had to study the hydrology of the rivers that are flowing into the lagoon. The Provveditori sopra i beni culti really began when rice cultivation started becoming important, because of course you need a lot of water for growing rice. And it dealt mainly with problems of water rights in terms of how to balance the needs of irrigation, industrial uses, and how to avoid flooding. So the Veneto is crossed by a series of large rivers. I'm not going to deal with the small rivers, but these are the big ones. The Piave here, the Brenta there, the Capriglione, the Adige, and across the frontier, the Po. And they have a sort of geography that changes, so they flow very steeply through the Alps, and then when they get into the mainland, they spread out and meander more, and one of the results of sort of this transition is that a lot of material is brought down from the mountains, left in the riverbanks, and the river levels rise, the rivers sort of spread, and all of this is very difficult to deal with because it fluctuates a lot according to the time of year. All this sort of thing has been very well studied by geographers. I mention in particular Dennis Cosgrove, who was a sort of pioneer of this subject. Sadly died very prematurely. So this is the Brenta near Nove. And I took this photograph because I was interested in the collecting of lime petals for making ceramics. But the size of the pebbles depends on where you are in the valley. So the smaller pebbles go further down, and the big pebbles get left further up, so they shade. But you can see that if you try to find the river bank, you don't really know where it is. I mean, it just spreads everywhere. And then, of course, when there's a lot of rain, it's just water all over the floodplain. The Venetians realized that if they let all this debris flow into the lagoon, they'd no longer have a lagoon because it would fill up with silt and clay and stones and everything else. So they gradually began diverting the rivers to flow out either side of the lagoon. You can still see it actually if you fly into Venice. There's a canal that goes all the way down here that takes the water right down there, right along the edge of the lagoon, and then all of these canals are diverting the water away from the lagoon. And every intervention of shifting a canal or shifting a waterway brought with it unexpected effects of flood and drought, and involved a lot of new construction of river banks and different levels of rivers and so on. It's very complicated. I don't think I need to remind you of the causes of flooding. This is very, very elementary, and I'm aware of the fact there are a lot of geographers here. But one of the interesting problems is that bridges can actually constrict the flow of a river and block the water, and until the bridge is swept away, the flood sort of spreads out sideways. So that certainly happened in the Feltre flood that I talked about, that was shown in the picture. Now you have to remember that all the maps and surveys that I'm going to show you are are really what Davide Martino has called in an article diachronic projections. That is to say, they include the past, the present, and the future, and the third dimension of space, the 3 dimensions of space. So in a sense, it's 4 dimensions, time and 3 spatial dimensions. So we'll start here, and I hope to give you a sense of how these surveyors had to do 2 things in parallel. First of all, they had to show the horror of the effects of flooding and burst riverbanks, but they also had to suggest scientific ways of dealing with it. So in this particular case, this is a flood on the banks of the Po in 1595. This is, of course, the frontier with Ferrara, so the other side is Ferrarese territory. And this, it says, this is also luogo pericolissimo. This is also very fragile, but as often happens, or usually happens with rivers, the fragile point is on the outside of a curve where the banks are undercut by the water. So the bank bursts here, and this is also essentially considered irreparable. And the water is flooding. It says campi affondati, and it just says it's spreading everywhere. Altri loci con rovina grandissima, and so on and so forth. So you've got this sense of fear, terror, but also they've got to produce practical solutions. So the scheme is to rebuild this with piles. This is considered hopeless, can't do anything about that. So they build a new bridge here and then take a diversion over an island. Qui andrà fatto l'altare novo. And then it joins up. But this coronella is a kind of walkway along the edge of the river. And this is the old line of it, which from a previous flood. So this gives you an indication of the sort of combination between the fear, the confusion, but also the most scientific and practical solution. And it's accompanied by a long document, which I'm not going to tell you about. So here's another example, also on the Po. This is a similar example of a rupture on the bank of the Po on the outer side, where they're proposing. Well, this was the original bank here. They're proposing a new line going all the way around there, and somehow they got to dam up this huge sort of flow of water bursting out there. But I love the way that this watercolors spill out over the fields in this sort of smudge, suggesting kind of watery expanse on the other side. This is a flood on the Adige. I find this one a bit baffling, really, because north is up there, so the water is definitely flowing this way, but it seems to be going upstream. And how this happens, I'm not quite sure, because the flood definitely seems to be coming out in this direction. But you can see that this is the main argine, the main bank here, and then this one's broken. And Disegno della Rota at Borgo Forte in 1679. This one is without a solution. It's just a dramatic view of the damage, as you have in these two, which are both from 1710, from the 2 different views of the same site, with gushing water. It's like a burst pipe just going furiously out, again on the outer side of a riverbank. So you have to remember that as the silt came down into the riverbeds rise, and that means that the rivers are more prone to flooding because they rise up above the level of above the level for which the banks were originally built, and are often above the level of the land on either side, as happens, of course, in the fens. Well, these are representations of situations of some fright, really, and confusion. What do you do about it? Well, I'm going to show you various solutions. This one is on the Botanigo, which is a river that goes into Vicenza, and there's a rotta, a break in the back here. But it's also mixed up with the fact that there's a canal here for the boat traffic, separate from the river, which is also sort of got mixed up with the flood, kind of joined up here. And then all the water has spilled out over the fields. And the solution is to make a new bank that goes around in this big archway, but then you've got to make a new canal there that joins up with this, and I'm not quite sure where it goes from that time onwards. It's not very clear, but you can see that you've got, because you've got a navigable channel and a river channel side by side, you've got to deal with these conflicting requirements. So this is a broken riverbank on the River Piave. And here, there's the main road goes up here. And then the bank also has a road along it. And notice that the bank is quite far in here and there from the main course of the river. But the course of the river has come right up to the bank here. There's a sort of breakwater there, but it obviously hasn't done its job. And so they've got to make a new riverbank that does a kind of curve around here to deal with the changing course of the river. So this is one of the very common problems. This is from the same series of documents, but I don't think it's actually the same place. I've tried to understand exactly what was happening here. This is a tributary stream that takes water down towards another river called the Vecchio Businello. And so you've got a flood that's getting sort of mixed up with an overflow channel, but has actually broken the bank again. So we've got the same solution of making a sort of loop in the riverbank to contain it. So this is an interesting drawing because it shows you the amount of work that's needed to create a new riverbank, which is obviously highly needed because this whole village is threatened. This looks like the houses on each side there. The church has got water lapping around it. And it shows you very carefully that you've got to do these series of different rows of piles, one behind the other at different levels, in order to resist the force of the outward curve of, in this case, the River Piave. Now, to finish up, I want to talk about this extraordinary document, which is a series of proposals for flood control measures submitted in 1608, well, submitted in 16, finished in 1603, approved by the Senate in 1608, but it's not clear that it was ever really acted on. It was published in 1935 by Cesi and Alberti, but as far as I can see, there's no copy in any Italian library. The original copy is in the Venetian archives, and luckily it's been digitized, and these photographs have been taken from the digital image, so they're not wonderful photos, but I hope you can get an impression of what an extraordinary document this is. I'm just showing you a few pages. They were from Belluno, the Isecco and Hieronymo Paolini, and they wanted to really argue that the Venetian Republic was not looking after its territory properly, and that this was one of the problems of flood control, in particular deforestation, because of course wood was needed for not only for firewood, but also for, very importantly, for shipbuilding. There was another magistracy looked after the boschi in the woods that belonged to the Venetian Republic. Carl Apun has written a very informative book called The Forest by the Sea, which talks about this. But it's actually a very, very complex problem that has to do with irrigation, the way that water is managed. All the way along the foothills of the Alps are a lot of natural streams as well as rivers, and the streams are then canalized and sent down over the fields. And this is a view of a river that's a river valley that's considered relatively okay, in the sense that there's still some woodland and not too much erosion. But this is just actually a very unusually proficient landscape view for a land surveyor, let's say. It seems to show a Northern European influence. So let's look at this, which is a view of the Val di Zoldo, which flows down towards Belluno. It was a very important industrial area, and it was one of the places where I did quite a lot of field work for my recent research project. But this valley was completely devastated in the flood of 1966, which I'll show you in a minute. But this does show you quite well this watercolor, how bridges really create a problem because they narrow the limits of the water of the riverbed in order to cross the river. And when there's an awful lot of water, it just floods on either side. So this is the Val di Zoldo now, and essentially all the original industrial, the mills and so on that were along that valley have gone. They were all swept away in 1966. Here's a photograph of a terrible flood, and you can see that there's also a huge amount of debris. It's not just water. In Venice, water comes up, water goes down, and the next day you'd hardly know anything had happened. But this is a completely different kind of terrifying experience. The one on the left shows you the effects of deforestation, and it's really trying to argue that we shouldn't clear so much forest. This is a rather nice little map, shows you how you can actually plant woods along all the river banks like this, and that would be a good thing to do. There were actually rules against not planting trees right on the river banks because people needed to get along them, but you could plant forests along the edges of them. The Piave was and still is a constant problem because the river bank is the river bed spreads out so widely over the plains, and has a very, very complex series of channels with lots of gravelly islands in between. And this is the Paolini's image of it. But this is what they think it should be like. And so this is essentially their recommendation for the alternative of making sure that you have plenty of woodland to prevent flooding on either side. That being said, the fear of flooding never went away and remained the subject of religious images. This is an exploit of a raftsman, somebody who's floating logs probably down the Piave, which is the main area for floating logs down to Venice and be swept off and drowned. Obviously, his life was saved by the Virgin. And I want to conclude with this image, which I find very moving, really, because this is a flour mill, very beautiful place. It's a flour mill that has the disadvantage of being on a river and not on a spring-fed canal, which gives you a much more regular flow. So sometimes of year it's frozen, sometimes of year it's completely dry, other times it floods. And there's a fascinating autobiography by the miller who talks about his family history and tells you that almost well, probably about 3 or 4 times in his own memory and that of his grandparents and so on, the mill flooded, was very badly damaged, and all the animals all carried off downstream, and their carts went off downstream, and it was traumatic, ghastly events. And each time they repair it and keep it going again, it's still a very functioning mill. It's not really commercially viable any longer, but it's a very, very beautiful and moving place. So it's an image of resilience, which I think is quite relevant, really, to this subject. And I hope I've been able to show you that there's a kind of transition from a feeling that floods are divine punishment, that God is in a sense, punishing the whole of civilization for its corruption and decadence. And yet, with scientific observation, there are possibilities for remedying the situation. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
And now, we're very happy to welcome back Daniel Finch-Race. Daniel did his PhD in French here in Cambridge and has published extensively on French eco-criticism, but we're very pleased that today he's going to be turning to Italy, or Italian culture. Currently in the geography department, so everyone either begins or ends a geographer, at the University of Bologna. And you've just been awarded a Marie Curie Global Fellowship, so congratulations on that. Is this all good, Pietro?
Sorry?
Is this good?
Yes, yes.
Amazing. So Daniel's going to speak about atmospheric harm in Umberto Boccioni's Twilight at Porta Romana and Midday at Porta Romana. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Mary. Good afternoon, folks. Salve a tutte, tutti, tutte. I am actually going to start, if I may, with a positionality statement, first of all, as any good geographer should, and then I will actually want you to do a little bit of interacting before I talk about any painting. So I warn you now, strap yourselves in. There will be audience participation. But yes, just before starting, this is a really wonderful opportunity for me. So I want to say thank you in particular to Pietro for the invitation and to CIRN, the real CIRN, obviously, for having brought me along. So everybody who's taking part in that, it's great to come back here to see Mary, to see Robert, and to see Kath. These are people who've played an important role in my intellectual development, even though at the time obviously I was considered the pecora nera, masquerading, and coming in to do things like text and context and IT4 and so on and so forth, new directions. Good times all around. And I had the very pleasant moment this morning where just walking through the Selwyn Gardens, trying to shortcut here and bringing people in, and bumped into Keith. So, that's Cambridge for you. So it's a very nice, the way that these trajectories converge, because today I'm actually here kind of with some new friends and, and some equally excellent colleagues. So Eleanor is here, Stefania is here. That my new community kind of people kind of working in the geographical context in Italy, and it's also nice to be here kind of, along with Sylvia, and collaborations kind of that have grown kind of over a number of years. So this is particularly enjoyable for me. So thank you, everybody concerned. The one thing that I would like to do as we get going here, there are some paintings at the end, but I'm going to take you on a journey which is triple A and then a B. So we're going to start with 3 A's, and then we're going to arrive at some paintings. And in that sense, it's a slightly different approach compared to what we've seen very compellingly from Deborah just now. But I want to talk about some questions which I sort of perceive as being specifically geographical, but also kind of a wider relevance to the environmental humanities. And the reason that I'm so interested in this these days is precisely because of having moved disciplines. So one of the real interests for me today, and I've focused here on material in English, but the question kind of is pertinent to material in Italian, material in French, material kind of in other contexts. So the linguistic choices are purely because of the variety of people in the audience today. But what I've already heard today is, we've had people mentioned from literary studies. Rob Nixon is a literary scholar. And for example, we've heard, a bit about environmental historians, present in the background of this, people like Marco Amiero. We've heard, about film studies, female filmmakers, which makes me think of the work of Eleanor Past, of Laura Di Bianco. We've seen, some a variety of things, and I'm just wondering where the constellation takes us. What do we see in the sky when we put all these things together? So today, I'm going to try and bring some things together, and we'll sort of identify in a sort of a mapping, but also a counter mapping process where we might come together around this idea of atmospheric harm. So I want to start with some co-thinking, if I may, and we'll continue with that as we go along. So I would invite you to open on your device www.wooclap.com. This is very similar to Mentimeter. And the only difference here is that when you open it, you have to shout woo and then clap. But otherwise it's very similar. But if we just go to that 1 second. I'm not hearing a lot of woos and I'm not hearing a lot of clapping. Thank you, sir. So give me 1 second just to start this up.
So do we need to raise a count?
No, I will give you a code, but thank you for asking.
Okay.
And then I'll give you the code, and then you can enter that.
So in fact, you shouldn't have heard any wooing or clapping. That would have been...
Well, no, only when you activate the site, as in when you open the web page. At that point, so really at this point, I should have gone woo. But no, we'll get there in a second. I promise. If you'll just bear with me while I get in through the University of Bologna, and here we are. So, yes, let's just go here for a second. So, if you put in this code, so MGFANO, I think everybody at home, or everybody who's following online should be able to see this, but if there are any issues, do let me know. What I would like to do is to take us through 3 topics. So we're going to have basically a minute and a half to create word clouds on 3 themes, and then we will come back to that at the end, just to see where we started and where we've gone, and what we think at the end. So we've got chat. Okay, still seeing the slide with the address, not the code. Interesting. Okay, Marina, can you see it now? I've closed the previous window.
No, on the top there is top share.
And then you can share again, but
Or you can type in the code in the chat. Maybe.
Yes, okay, yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Be faster. I completely agree. Okay, so that's the code.
But are they saying any of it? Yeah.
This is a very good point, actually. Yeah. So if I may, I'll stop sharing that, and then we'll share just the screen, and then everybody should be able to see what we're looking at right now. Yes, everybody at home. Okay. Yes, Davide, thank you very much. That's a very good point. We should be mindful of it. Yes. Okay. So that's yes, Davide Popotti, full professor of geography, literary geographies in particular, in Italy. Just well said, that man. So yeah. So anyway, so now let's create some word clouds. May minimize this for a second. So. First word cloud, it's not moving, but it will now. So ecology, we're here to talk about ecology or ecologies. What comes to mind with ecology? Any words at all? This can be, there we go. And there you can. Hey, if it's good enough for the Ministry of Universities and Research to fund jobs in Italy, green is the way forward. But yes, so just while you're filling things in, so that the colours just come out because of the system. So the website chooses the colours, and as you can see, they change as we go along. The thing that is slightly consequential here, or of interest, is the words that appear more centrally and that appear bigger have been entered multiple times. So the more times one word is entered, the closer it is to the centre, and the bigger it is compared to the other words. So just to explain what we're seeing being created here.
Who's starting on the words?
Everybody.
Stop.
Make it stop. Yes. So I think we had basically 22, 23 people kind of who had signed up when we were on the first screen. So people can feel free to keep entering.
Yes, so the 40 is the answer. Is
the number of contributions.
20,
Yes. Okay, that was 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so ecology, kind of at the centre, we have green, and then we have some other elements which again have been entered multiple times. So obviously there are certain words that are very similar or would have been the same word, but the system recognises them as separate entities here. So environment appears multiple times, but the idea is that environment is very present. Water, earth. So we have. I shall not comment, but what's happened at the Tripos these days? We have actual places. So we heard a lot earlier about elements. So Joseph was talking to us about basically what I perceive as elemental eco-criticism and material eco-criticism. So things, earth, water, and so on. A little bit sort of fifth element, Luc Besson kind of thing. But that is there. And then we go kind of out into the more conceptual ideas. So balance, respect, interactions, and ecology, obviously, as it was conceived in 1866 as the science of interactions. And so then we can go out from there to think about values, depoliticized, empathy. And so we have certain things which are presences, certain things which are concrete elements, and then the conceptual spaces of interest to me here too. So we'll come back to that later, but let's keep going. Visual culture. What counts as visual culture? What do we mean by visual culture? Certain producers of visual culture, figures who are important either in the production of visual culture or the study of visual culture. Where do we come from? Who is this we? Okay, so here we have something denser again. Thank you to everybody for the contributions. And at the centre we have images. So kind of image is going to be the primary word that has been entered multiple times. And then we have different media, so actual explicit mention of social media, but photography. I think it's no coincidence that we've seen, particularly in the first session, a number of pieces of photography, and indeed, in whatever was shown us before, photographs of images. But in my case, and we've seen films as well. In this instance, there will be more paintings and that kind of art. But to me, and this is something that I've been experiencing recently, particularly in peer review, where people are kind of said to me, "Are you talking about art or are you talking about visual culture?" And sort of and pressing on that and saying, what is it that we mean? What is it that we're saying? And when we look at these things, and so then we go out into what's at stake, kind of in reception, what's it? We have eyes, and you kind of mentioned here a number of times, the difference, as Eleanor was mentioning, in her presentation earlier on, thinking about a certain kind of reception, a certain kind of production, and the different levels at which those work, and then of course increasingly. We can think about what does it mean to look at these images here, on screens, on phone screens, digital reproductions and so on and so forth. And that is very much a part of discussions that are happening in media geography and communications geography in particular. So we've been hearing about geography, we've been talking about geography, and I would like to know what geography is. So, if anybody wants to tell me right now, that would be great. Then I can tell my undergrads, and they might, put something in the questionnaire at the end of the year, which is like, I don't understand how this is geography. That, is something that I've met constantly over the past 3 years, in fact, but, more on that later. So, geography, what is geography? Good stuff. Thank you very much, everybody. So here at the centre, we have place, which coincidentally was how I became a geographer from being somebody who worked on poetry in 19th century France. So thank you for the affirmation. And then land, landscapes, landscape, and the varieties of that, and thinking about terrain, thinking about urban space, the earth, the natural elements. So physical geography. But then also, of course, and always already human geography. We've heard Dennis Cosgrove mentioned a few times already today. We could think about the work of people like Stephen Daniels, the geographical imagination. We could think about Gillian Rose. Clearly, Doreen Massey, people who have unpacked those things by looking at things which are also mentioned here, observation, representation, time, looking at particular elements like an atlas, or trying to say, what are the relations, what's happening with globalization and so on, and completely out left field there, but nice to see it mentioned is interdisciplinary. And this I think is very important because geography can be a container for lots of different things, and it can be a stimulus, a catalyst for lots of different things as well, which is why I feel very happy and very fortunate to have been welcomed into the community of Italian geographers through organisations like the Association for Italian Geographers, of which Eleanor is president. So let's continue with that in mind. let's go back to AAAB. So, okay, there we go. So, what I'm going to do now in the next 10 to 15 minutes is just offer you 6 quotations and 2 paintings. And I'm going to put these things out there kind of as things that I'm thinking with, things that we can think with, and then we can open it up, I hope, more kind of in the discussion at the end. Now, this first reference is obviously kind of relatively close to home, kind of for the Department of English in Cambridge. This is Steve Connor talking about the matter of air back in 2010. In the reaction series to do with the elements, and thinking about what the atmosphere is. So I'm starting out here with atmospherics because I'm interested in the point that I would like us to get to at the end, and I didn't want to say this earlier on so as not to be too prescriptive, is to think about what happens if we put infrastructure and geographies of infrastructure, ideas of harm and slow violence, about which we've already heard, and a certain kind of biochemistry and physical geography together to come up with this idea, which kind of at the moment can come under the banner of atmospheric harm. So something kind of which I will look at later, but that's the conceptual work is moving there, but then anchor that in the Boccioni paintings. So. Here, and we've heard about waste and basically things to do with the waste scene already. This is thinking about the first quotation is thinking about effectively dispersing into the air the byproducts and certainly a number of toxic byproducts and forgetting about them. And something that has interested me for a while now, for a few years, is precisely geographies of waste and what it means when something is moved from one place to another. So the maintenance of order in one place through disruption of order in a place which is devalued. And we'll come back to that shortly. But this sense of kind of waste and being moved out into the atmosphere. So that as a certain kind of atmospherics. And then a quite different book, but no less important, Gary Fuller, a popularizing book and does this very well, thinking about kind of atmospheric chemistry. So air pollution and air pollution kind of as a killer, and thinking about the areas in question, as we will see kind of in the Boccioni paintings around. So we've heard already about the Apennines, but I'm specifically interested in the area around Turin and Milan and deaths that are related to the presence of fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, in the air due to heavy industry around Milan in particular, but also kind of particularly in the northwest, heading up towards the Alps. So that's the set of spatial coordinates, to come back to something which we saw in one of the word clouds. Affliction, I've called this, and this is to do with different kinds of harm. So on the one hand, we have toxic harm, and the other we have infrastructural harm. So something that I'm increasingly interested in, which again we heard about kind of in the first session, is infrastructural violence, infrastructural slow violence, as an extension of structural violence. And so that's what we see kind of in the second. So this is a whole special issue of globalizations, which talks about time and space and how infrastructures play out certain kinds of harm, and particularly thinking about this idea of the accumulation that we've already seen in the quotation from Steve Connor. And the first quotation, which is an earlier special issue of social studies of science, is about toxicity and the pervasiveness of toxicity in very subtle, insidious ways. And again, here we see this idea of construction of a certain kind of order, the consolidation of a certain kind of order, which is based on disrupting something in another place. And so that existing within a particular city, in the case, say, of Milan, or more generally thinking about sacrifice zones, and this expands out. And there are certain contexts that we could talk about here, that would. So I'm focusing on the global north, and that's a very willed choice in this instance. But of course, we could talk about places in the global south if we want to use that terminology, which have been affected by toxic harm, as is highlighted in that special issue, because of dynamics in the global north. So that's something perhaps we could come back to later. But the third set of coordinates for what I'm wanting to do is specifically to do with art, and here I've kept it as art rather than visual culture, and maybe we'll have we'll put on the old boxing gloves later on and fight it out over art or visual culture. But it's interesting to me that in the title of the Routledge Companion, which you see here quoted in the first instance, it's contemporary art, visual culture, as two separate things, and climate change. And so this is TJ Demos et al. And in the introduction, one of the things that they talk about, one of the things that is evoked is specifically about the way in which climate change is at once about a changing state, about a biochemical phenomenon, thinking about that at different scales, as we've already heard, but it also then becomes very difficult to represent. And we've heard about hyper-objects already. Climate change is a hyper-object, Timothy Morton, and of course how that then gets played out in work by people like Olafur Eliasson, his work that has been done in a number of contexts, particularly by some of my former colleagues in Venice, Emiliano Guaraldo, but not only. So here, just thinking about what it is that being in a geographical space where physical geography and human geography comes together can actually afford to thinking about these questions, which ask us to be in lots of places all at once. So thinking about the multitudes that are contained, not only in the question of climate change, but in what art does with climate change. And then the second and final quotation of all the quotations that I'm going to show you is from this edited volume that appeared with Princeton University Press 4 years ago now. Carl Cusserow, and thinking about picture ecology, and specifically about what it means to do art history through eco-criticism and eco-criticism through art history, trying to come at it from two angles. And one of the points that was made there in the curatorial statement that it constitutes the introduction is precisely about what does ecology bring to an understanding of visual culture? What does it, what is it that you couldn't have done with visual culture without ecology? Because to me, one of the litmus tests that we have here is it a multiplier or is it simply an addition? Okay, so if we still have visual culture and ecology and they talk alongside each other, sure, that can be helpful, but where do they really overlap? Where do they grow together is something that I'm particularly interested in, precisely because there's this opportunity then to think other elements, thinking about time again, and to think across species lines, and to think about who makes art and who is the subject of art, and to say there can be a more expansive understanding of all these things. So, with that in mind, here are a couple of nice paintings. This pairing is fairly geographically circumscribed, as I mentioned before, with good reason, because one of the things that I'm particularly interested in here is time. As you will have understood, time geography, as proposed by the likes of Nigel Thrift and so on. So, actually looking at what do the representation of a particular site at a certain point in the day or in night give us a different understanding of what is happening in that place, but also what happens in a period between 1909 and 1910 in terms of the actual place itself. This is where we would enter into a whole series of discussions, which perhaps I won't broach now, but I'll just indicate, which is about the value of the image as something resembling a photograph. To what extent is there truth value in these representations? That is not so much what I want to talk about today. What I am interested in is what does a piece of art tell us about these settings, precisely because of the sort of style of visual culture that we have here. So this is Boccioni before his futurist phase, or before being co-opted by the futurists. This is divisionism. And what does divisionism give us about air pollution in the same way that, pointillism might tell us something about air pollution that we would not see kind of in other artistic movements. And so to me, kind of, do we get more of a sense in these paintings of fine particulate matter? I mean, not as in we're actually seeing fine particulate matter, because the very nature of fine particulate matter kind of is that it is invisible, but it's constantly pervading us in our lungs, and not to get too heavy, but that's there, and it accompanies us, and it co-produces us every day. But do these paintings help us to engage with that? Is there something to be said as well, for the use of single point perspective? So the way in which we get drawn towards the chimneys in the background, the smoking, the active smokestacks, in both instances. What is it, in the nocturnal image where we have the twilight image, where there, we can think about what are we seeing with the skyline, with the setting sun, what is different compared to the image on the right, in broad daylight. And again, something that has already been mentioned, but we can talk about more perhaps in the Q&A. So Nicholas Mitsoev, in thinking about Anthropocene anesthetics, talks about Monet's impression sunrise, as one of a major instance of thinking about what Anthropocene visuality, or the impossibility of Anthropocene visuality, might be, and draws attention to the fact that the sun in that representation is extremely red, as people here already know, but and the fact that is a product of pollution at Le Havre, where it was painted. So here, we might look at it and think, that draws the eye, and it's very evocative, a beautiful sunset, but actually something that is being affected in the sky, the coloration, the red-green colouring is something that can be studied through atmospheric chemistry, as has been done by Christos Zerafos, and other people based in Athens, to say there is actual quantitative information that can be captured in a painting, as well as thinking qualitatively about the emotional geographies and the composition of the work in itself. So I will conclude here, because I think the exciting stuff to come will be precisely in discussing these things and chucking them back and forth and saying, what do we gain, and where are the limits of these sorts of things. And just to conclude, I will just go back 1 second. Let's just stop sharing that and share the Mentimeter screens again. And just, I'm not going to ask you to do this again, as you'll probably be very relieved to hear. But I just want to ask you to ruminate on yourselves, and I'll just flick through them, maybe 10 seconds each. What's changed? If anything, would you still say the same things? Would you say something different? Is there something that strikes you more now in the word cloud than it did before? And where do we move? And because the thing that is very important for me in this particular context, and again, this is why I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here, is what do we co-construct? Precisely by being here together. So what do we see differently? What do we feel differently? And how we can activate each other as much as taking the opportunity to look at different case studies. So ecology. Visual culture. Thank you very much, everybody.
So Andrea Lavda has been curator of the National Mountain Museum in Turin since 2018. And Andrea, you're also curator of the Art Association in Cuneo. So it's great to have a curator joining us. In 2014, Andrea founded Platform Green, an independent non-profit curatorial and editorial project that seeks to explore how artistic research relates to environmental issues and the challenges of contemporary society. Andrea's paper is entitled Art, Ecology, Community, a Dialogue for the Future.
Good afternoon, everyone, and sorry for not being with you in Cambridge today. Thank you, Mary Leven and Pietro Agnoletto, for inviting me to talk about my experience as a curator. It's evident that the era we are living in, marked by environmental, cultural, political, and socio-economic issues, is having a huge impact on the art world. If I consider the Italian as well as the European art scene, the last 10 years have been marked by an increasing interest by artists and art institutions in the role that creativity can play in conveying a new biocentric thinking. A new generation of artists with a particular environmental sensitivity has emerged. The new young creatives all over the world approach the future with new cultural paradigms, helping society to imagine new ways to rethink the human position within ecosystems. Today, all international events, all biennials, a lot of exhibitions have become great moments for sharing practices, thoughts, and interdisciplinary projects with the aim to open new paths for a future of coexistence, sustainability, peace, justice, rights, and prosperity. So I'm going to share some images. I hope you can look at my screen. Yeah. So my experience within this context has begun more than 15 years ago when the dialogue with Serenella Iovino, professor of Italian Studies and Environmental Humanities at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and my personal interest for ecological issues prompted me to start a curatorial research focused on ecological themes. In parallel with curatorial projects, in 2014, I founded the online project Platform Green, an archive in becoming with the aim to collect global artistical reflections on the role of art in sharing alternative thoughts and visions to anthropocentric paradigms. Platform Green is conceived as a free collection of content organized in the mode of reviews and interviews. From a practical standpoint, this specific interest has evolved into a curatorial practice with an interdisciplinary character, often based on the art-science relationship, authentically interested in bringing together different voices from different subject areas to bring effective and accessible messages to the public. In my opinion, one of the greatest contemporary challenges for art, for artists, for museums and cultural institutions that decide to present their ecological, social and political messages is to be understandable, clear, inclusive and consistent. There are, in my opinion, too many examples of inaccessible and deliberately elitist proposals that do not have real repercussions within the collective imaginations and within society and do not produce a real changement of perspectives. So I would like at this point to quote ICOM updated definition of museums, a definition portraying the art museum as much more than a storehouse of beauty and treasure, placing a marked emphasis on serving the needs of society at large. Museums are democratizing, inclusive, and polyphonic spaces for critical dialogue about the past and the futures. Acknowledging and addressing the conflicts and challenges of the present, they hold artifacts and specimens in trust for society, safeguard diverse memories for future generations, and guarantee equal rights and equal access to heritage for all people. Museums are not for profit, they are participatory and transparent and work in active partnership with and for diverse communities to collect, preserve, research, interpret, exhibit, and enhance understandings of the world, aiming to contribute to human dignity and social justice, global equity, and planetary well-being. So this definition makes it extremely clear that art institutions and art as a medium are now real social actors who have the power to act with people to positively change the future. When I was appointed curator of the Museo Nazionale della Montagna in Turin, I therefore asked myself, how should a museum institution position itself within this complex scenario? What are the most appropriate ways to talk about climate emergency, biocentric scenarios, and desirable futures? How to constructively break down the boundaries of the museum? How to make content accessible and how to embrace new audiences? And furthermore, how to ensure the transmission of accurate and ecologically correct information while reiterating centrality to science and the thinkers. 3 directions guide my approach and vision as a curator. The first one is the language of sustainability, which means investigating keywords and concepts within a post-anthropocentric perspective. Then to transfer these words and concepts from the theoretical level to the practical level with an exhibition project, and then to include them in a communication plan. The latter becomes the sounding board to bring out in direct contact with people, particularly the new generations, feelings, approaches, and imagery to re-educate human thinking. It means to include and to enhance within the common language keywords for cultural change, words and concepts that can be internalized, normalized, and shared. So today I would like to share with you and to focus on 2 keywords that we explored at Museo Montagna: ecophilia and resonance. Ecophilia, the concept of ecophilia, according to the definition proposed by Ruyu Hung, professor of philosophy of education at the Department of Education of the National Chihai University of Taiwan, is inspired by Edward Wilson's notion of biophilia and Yu Fu Tuan's concept of topophilia. Biophilia means the innately emotional affiliation of human beings to other living organisms, whereas topophilia means the affective bond between people and place or settings. The prefix eco comes from the Greek oikos, meaning dwelling place, house, and inhabitation, while philia comes from the Greek philia, meaning affection and loving, to express the love of dwelling place. Eco oikos is widely used to express the sphere that all living organisms inhabit today, for example, the planet or nature. In this sense, ecophilia can be understood as the human affective bond with the surroundings and all living and non-living beings within. Starting from this word and this concept, in 2020, I curated the homonymous exhibition Ecophilia, Exploring Alterity, Developing Empathy. The project was the outcome of a long research path that over the course of more than a year involved philosophers, anthropologists, and experts in sustainability and mountain culture in a multidisciplinary dialogue with artists. The project underlined the urgency of a linguistic, cultural, educational, and emotional revolution as an indispensable tool for tackling current challenges and as an extraordinary opportunity for updating our paradigms and our vision of the world. The works presented in Ecophilia were alternative and unusual ways of looking at and relating to mountains and nature. They shift the barycenter from which we observe the world, triggering a dynamics of the anthropization of thoughts and narration, the relationship between the human species and the outside, whether it be social, animal, vegetable, or cosmic, as a moment of encounter that needs to be rethought. The viewpoints proposed brought into play and query mental, cultural, and emotional processes on both an ontological and evolutionary plane. So the second key word of the work on sustainability we are presenting is resonance, a word but also a concept deeply explored by the German sociologist Armut Rosa in his book Resonance, the sociology of our relationship to the world. Resonance, not in the sense of a total harmony, but as a relationship that is responsive and adopting physical and spiritual interaction with the world as an alternative to the dysfunctional relations of the capitalist society. Resonating, from the Latin resonare, involves entering a deep metaphysical dimension where simplicity, attention, and disenchantment are the essential prerequisites of a different way of experiencing present time. With the resonance and cosmos communicate using their own voices. They touch each other to stimulate vibrancy and mutual transformation. As a result, the nature of this relationship drives the quality of the appropriation of the world and the happiness levels of human existence. Subverting the traditional image of the mountains and suggesting a shift from their contemplation to a speculative approach, the exhibition Stay With Me, the mountain as a space of resonance, reinterpreted the resonance as an opportunity to change, presenting the works by walking artist Michael Höpfner and sound artist Magda Dröst. The public was invited to make a visual and multisensory immersion within a space where the works, in close dialogue with each other, brought people into a mental, physical, and emotional embrace with the mountain ecosystem of the present and the future. Chronocycle of Loss is the audiovisual installation by Magda Dröst, in which the public was invited to stop and immerse themselves in a score of natural sounds. All the sounds reproduced came from the geographical area of the French-Italian border, more specifically the stretch of mountains running from Cuneo to the Ligurian Sea, a mountain region completely destroyed by Storm Alex at the end of 2020. 8 speakers installed in the center of the space emitted single tracks downloaded from xenocanto.org, a global archive of original wildlife sounds. Meanwhile, 4 speakers positioned around the edge of the room diffused a composition that originated from field recordings produced by Magda Dröst on her stay in the mountains valley. The artist has analogically and digitally modulated them using granular synthesis, evoking altered and thus dystopian natural sonorities, and at the same time the imagery of a universe with which to find a resonant connection. For the Stay With Me, the Mountain as a Space of Resonance exhibition, working artist Michael Höpfner went on several walks across the Alps, from the Maritime Alps to the Carnic and Julian Alps, from his studio in Vienna to the Mont Blanc. Michael Höpfner decided to convey these experiences via a medium which seems unprecedented in his artistic practice. Starting from photographs taken with 4 different analog cameras, he composed a visual narration in which photograph, video, and performative practice merged into one. So, as I indicated earlier, this work on the language of sustainability is normally expanded with the specific communication on social channels, and especially at young people. A seemingly simple yet fundamental gesture in this time characterized by fast communication. The second aspect of my methodological and curatorial approach is a multidisciplinary one. I'm particularly interested in proposing art science exhibitions developed in dialogue with scientists and experts from different fields. This is the case, for example, with the exhibitions Post-Water, Tree Time, and The Mountain Touch. Post-Water was an exhibition in 2 chapters. The first one at Museo Montagna focused on future scenarios caused by the current climate crisis, water shortages, melting glaciers, and pollution of rivers and seas. The second one focused on a future sustainability scenarios and the use of the nature-based solutions. A project conceived and realized with the scientific narration of the Department of Environment, Land and Infrastructure Engineering of the Politecnico of Turin. And then Tree Time, a project raising a number of questions on forest management and caring for the mountain environment, on plant health, and on communication strategies in the event of parasitic attack. It examined the legacy of global warming and current anthropic dynamics and their role in accentuating the pathogenic mechanisms that have for some time been endangering the integrity of vegetal ecosystems. Tree Time took visitors on a journey that began in the present and looked to the future by drawing on the experience of the past. The whole narration revolved around 2 occurrences that brought fresh relevance to the concept of caring for trees, forests, and for the mountain environment as a whole. In the knowledge that trees plays an essential role in mitigating climate change, the exhibition stressed the importance of a radical rethinking of mountain care policies, reforestation practices, and their role within cities. Tree Time presented works by 20 international artists in dialogue with a number of historical and scientific contributions by Matteo Garbelotto, director of the Berkeley Forest Pathology and Mycology Lab and adjunct professor at the Environmental Science Policy and Management Department of the University of California. And then the exhibition, The Mountain Touch, a more recent project, following in the wake of the previous project Ecophilia, exploring otherness, developing alterity. The Mountain Touch originated from evidence that emerged in relation to the current climate crisis and the pandemic period that mankind has lived through. In response to the loss of biodiversity and the progressive degradation of natural environments, there is a growing awareness that our physical and mental well-being is closely linked to that of our planet. Numerous studies in Italy and worldwide have produced scientific evidence of the positive impact of nature on us, both biologically and psychologically. Contact with the invisible and the invisible dimension of natural environments translates into a lesser incidence of allergies, autoimmune illnesses, and high stress level, as well as improved cardiovascular functions, hemodynamic, neuroendocrine, metabolic, and oxidation rates, and mental processes and well-being. Breathing in the humid earth and inhaling the geosmin it emits has a strongly beneficial impact on human brain activity. Observing the fractal shapes present for example, in the geomorphological outline of mountains, in vegetation, ice crystals, sea waves, and the clouds, or listening to the chirping of birds produces a fall in stress levels. The phytoncides emitted into the air by trees and plants can boost the immune system, increasing the number of natural killer cells and intercellular levels of anti-cancer proteins. The colors green and blue present in nature also contribute to our well-being, and the same applies to contact with mountain air and water. Without claiming to provide an exhaustive reading of the topic, the exhibition has sought to offer an overview of the principal research topics on the subject, and asked a number of questions. What impact may the environmental devastation underway have on our health? How can we turn to ecotherapy to cope with eco-alienation? What role is played by experiences such as mountain therapy, forest therapy, the now familiar sharing yoke or forest bathing, biophilic design, and that of city parks to curb nature deficit disorder or psychotherapeutic mental illnesses? The exhibition The Mountain Touch presented works by 13 artists in dialogue with a scientific narration edited by researchers at the Institute of Bioeconomy of CNR in Italy, the Japanese Society of Forest Medicine of the University of Tokyo, the Neuroscience Institute Cavalieri Ottolenghi of the University of Turin, but also the Center for Behavioral Sciences and Mental Health of the Istituto Superiore di Sanità in Rome, the Laboratory of Affective Ecology of the University of the Valle d'Aosta, and the Department of Oncology of the University of Turin. Finally, the third aspect of my curatorial approach, the direct involvement of community. In my opinion, public space represents an extraordinary theater in which and with which to work to bring artistic and scientific messages toward people, to engage people, raise awarenesses, and share biocentric and sustainable thoughts. Over the time, I have curated numerous public and participatory projects, privileging the performative dimension as an opportunity to shape moments of emotional and visual engagement related to the great social and environmental challenges of the present. The first example is Marinella Senatore, the image you are looking at, a performance conceived as a heart massage to revive community awarenesses of the issue of water. More recently, the performance of walking artist Hamish Fulton, founder of the Walking Art, whose communal works are intended as a collective experience of awareness to rediscover a sense of each other, space, and relationship with the world. And then the performance, The March of the Glaciers by Sybille Duboc, a French artist. The artist took the audience on an imaginary journey throughout the phenomenon of disappearing glaciers. The work was conceived as a social agent, inviting people to be actively part of the action. Throughout words, readings, small art productions, and imaginary visions, the artist activated an experience of signification on an issue of great collectively urgency. Another performance, that of Italian artist Claudia Losi, titled Il viaggio dei sottili, that was born as a result of an interweaving of experiences that took place during a residency under the slopes of Monviso Mountain and matured during the artist's decade-long research engaged in the exploration and negotiation of cultural boundaries between the human and other than human dimension. At the moment of transition from day to night, a group of people moved slowly throughout the Monte dei Cappuccini wood that surrounds the museum, an urban space of coexistence and contact between human, animal, and plant creators. The performance crystallized the physical and mental concept of drift, of openness to otherness, those of participation and co-creation, the basis of a broad reflection that the artist focus on the migration of thought from anthropocentric to biocentric. And now I would like to close this intervention with a project in which I believe very much. It's titled Connecting Words, a public art science event born in 2022, and this year at its 4th edition, an event that explores the themes of care and empathy as necessary tools for restoring a balance with the world in a time of climate emergency and social, political, and economic imbalances associated with them. Born from an initiative of the Gesso and Stura River Park of Cuneo in the northwest of Italy, it aims to spread the feeling of resonance with natural ecosystems to crystallize, analyze the complexities that anthropic impact is producing on the Earth's balances, and to promote adaptive behavior to future living conditions for humankind. Inside a tent, very particular space for a project, an art and science project, intended as a symbol of nomadism, emergence, and migration of thought. The works of artists and the words of international researchers explore a different environmental theme each year, adopting an accessible language for all types of audiences, trying to converse even with those who are not accustomed to museums, artistic, ecological, and scientific content. Art and science are going out to people who find themselves able to enjoy content and messages freely and for free, right in their own town square. In this way, the goals of public engagement and accessibility are realized. Art updates its role, and the artists and researchers get closer to people's everyday lives, talking to them, inviting them to reflect together on how to work together for a better future. Thank you.
For being here in person and online. I'm Erica and I'm chairing this panel. I'm just facilitating the logistics of these while Elena Pass, who is not here in person but he's here online, will give a proper response. So I'm just here to introduce people and collect questions. So as we are still quite human, this panel had to be reimagined a bit, as Pietro said at the beginning. So we're going to have 3 speakers, Stefania Benetti and Silvia Ross, followed by Pietro himself. The first speaker of this panel on human and non-human relationships is Stefania Benetti, who is a researcher in economic and political geography at the Department of Sustainable Development and Ecological Transition at the University of Eastern Piedmont in Italy. And she's also the head of the Association of Italian Geographers Group of Environmental Geographies. Her research explores the link between humans and nature with a focus on sociocultural ecosystem services, environmental justice, energy transition, and socio-environmental conflicts. And she has recently published the book Arte sui muri per salvare il pianeta, which came out in 2025, and which I guess is going to be quite resonant with her paper today entitled Natural Elements on Italian Murals Between Environmental Aesthetics and Deep Ecology. Over to you, Stefania.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Pietro for the invitation and the organization, and thanks also for the introduction. I'm Stefania Benetti, another geographer of the day. So I go to present this paper, this chapter of my book. Before going in deep, I would like to give you a little bit of context.
So street art or urban art, it depends on the definition, is a product of complex social processes and is very difficult to define. In recent years, this phenomenon of colored walls has become of interest to the geographical discipline, and it is considered a geographical agent, a territorialized and territorializing artistic practice in close relationship with the context in which it takes place.
The majority of the geographical studies links public art and urban regeneration projects, emphasizing the role of the art in promoting social cohesion, strengthening of the sense of place, and influencing the territorialization processes. A second field of research critically addressed the negative effect on territory, for example, in terms of musification, gentrification of places. But the least explored line of research in the Italian context is that relating to communicative dimension of the artworks. And this is why I like to show you this definition, because it emphasizes the role of communication of these artworks. Imagine an art practice that, instead of delighting merely the refined sensibilities of an elite few, has the power to engage effortlessly and aesthetically the masses through its manifest creativity, skill, originality, depth of meaning, and beauty. What I have asked you to imagine is embodied in the practice of street art. So, street art has very different technical approaches if we think to spray, stickers, poster, and so on. But here we focus on the specific case of mural that, as you can see from the slide, have different definition, but we can say that mural is a large picture that has been painted on a wall of a room of a building. And considering the origin, muralism originated and developed mainly during the 1920s in Mexico. And following the Mexican Revolution, murals became a means of communication that could be understood by the entire population to rediscover and enhance the national identity. And Mexican muralism has since spread through the world as a means of artistic expression to convey political and social themes. And today there is an important debate in the artistic field if muralism and street art are the same thing, or if mural can be considered part of street art or not, because they have actually different origin. But today we don't want to go in deep in this debate because we don't have time, and we would like to focus on the communicative power of murals. And we also have to say that there is another important debate about what is the recent phenomenon of neomuralism, which has been defined as the institutionalization and commercialization of street art aesthetics that has led artists to devote themselves to decorating walls as a part of festival or on private commissions. So the practice of neomuralism has spread like wildfire, often under appellations such as street art festivals or painted village or painted towns, and has different objectives. If we consider the urban context, these are initiatives promoted to revitalize cities or redevelop neglected suburbs. In non-urban context, on the other hand, the objective is to breathe new life into marginal or forgotten places. And this is very important because it's a kind of hidden art which became mainstream through this phenomenon. So after this overview, we go on the focus on mural that can be a tool to convey environmental discourse, and we are in the framework of eco-critical geopolitics and also of the eco-cultural activism, but we talk all day about this concept, so I go directly to what I would like to show you, which is my personal geographical experiment. During more or less 1 year, I selected 250 artworks by 67 artists from the Italian context. And through document analysis and 36 interviews, the aim was to explore how the relationship between humans and environment was represented. And through the visual and iconographic analysis, which symbolism was most frequently represented in the Italian murals. The visual analysis brought to light four main categories of iconographic recurring in the 2015 artworks. And here you can see animals, natural elements, human figures, and anthropic elements. Clearly, the works may contain more than one symbol. However, in order to avoid a repetitive narrative, each artwork was placed in a single category that seems most significant for the artwork. And today I will focus in natural elements that immediately after animals are the iconography most frequently used to narrate the environment. And natural elements here are understood as air, water, fire, earth, but also as individual elements such as plants or trees, flowers, and plant foods, but also as unconventional elements such as rocks, and we will see different examples later. And these elements that may be at the center of the scene, but sometimes are hidden in the subtext. So starting from the group water, air, fire, and earth, here we refer to the classic philosophy, and the idea is widespread that the four elements, water, air, fire, and earth, are the roots of all of things, immutable and eternal. Okay, this is the first example, where the artist Itness offers a composition of rectangular squares depicting different portions of nature, in which the four elements intertwine. Water in its liquid form of tide and pond, but also in the form of ice. The art on which flora and fauna of various types developed, fire transformed and petrified in the lava of a large volcano, and air that gives movement to the clouds and smoke that escapes from the volcano. In the work, there are also some anthropic elements, such as the antennae, which recall an idea of connection and communication. In this mural, there is a reference to a famous illustration by the geographer Alexander von Humboldt, inspired by his trip to South America, which depicts a mountain with a volcano. The intention of the artist here was to connect Humboldt's concept of invention of nature to emphasize an overall view of the natural world. This is a video. Here it's another composition that represents various elements, but in a polluted key. Is the one by Andrego of the boundary of wall of the bus station in Bologna. The artwork is a hybrid intervention consisting in murals and poster representing the main causes of anthropogenic pollution. The mural is a composite of several blocks where various elements appear, including, for instance, an ascending nebula that recalls the pollutants that exhaust gases of vehicular traffic or the lines that indicate the rising temperature and so on. Another example here, we move to works that emphasize only one of the elements. Here we are with CIRN that attempts to raise awareness of melting glaciers by representing a glacial landscape through the three-dimensional effect and the use of different shades of blue. Or Ilaria Melis, who depicted the art element in Sardinia, portraying rural contexts where the stratification of soil and subsoil is emphasized by alternating shades of yellow, green, and brown. And now we move to another subgroups of natural elements, which is the largest group made by plants and in particular trees. The first example is made by Mano Invisible, which represented trees and plants that appear on a railing in Treviglio. If we observe from one side, the artwork appears, the word environmental, ambientale, appears, while if we look this artwork from another point, there is another word appears, which is abilmente in English, slightly. Using a display of perspective, the artists invite us to reflect on the importance of the rediscovering contact with nature, demonstrating that nature has the ability to reappropriate spaces. Moreover, the project came about after the planting of more than 150 plants behind the rail in question, which does become a symbol of a change in an industrial area. Other example here, the first one by Tellas, who used varieties of flora in Rome, creating a dialogue with the history and greenery of the Villa Gordiani Park, which is opposite to the mural. The other example of Gola Undun represent a centuries-old olive trees to underline a particular symbol of the region of Apulia. Remaining in Apulia, another example is given by Pin. On four sides of an electrical cabin in Molfetta, Pin offers his anthropomorphic version of an olive tree and a carob tree intertwining. Both symbols of Apulian territory, here their trunks appear as classical statues of the Hellenistic and Roman ages, while their crowns reveal two faces approaching each other. The sun in the background unites the two plants. And the work here symbolizes the role of life as an element of synergy and will towards the redevelopment of an area of common interest between two cities. And changing natural elements, we go to flowers and plant foods. And here plant foods have been understood from a nutritional point of view in terms of vegetables, fruits, legumes, cereals, mushrooms, and so on. And here you can see two examples of flowers. The first one is in the Galarateses district of Milan, where Nabla and Zible mural reflects on the link between agriculture, the use of water, and the balance between human beings and the environment. The central subject of the work is the flax flower, an historical symbol of the area, and there are also two hands balancing an unstable equilibrium, underlining the lack of harmony between human actions and the environment. On the other side, we can see the artworks by Fabio Petani, where the name O Fiore più felice means the happiest flower. And it's a song, actually, by Alma Megretta, which is a musical group from Naples. And here the work was created following a workshop with the local schools. And here, the flower that you can see is the Arum italicum, a Mediterranean plant that grows also in the area of the mural. And in ancient tradition, this flower was considered magical, able to ward off evil spirits. So changing and moving to plant food, we have show you also two examples. The first one is by Alessandra Carloni. Anima dell'orto means souls of vegetable garden. Is in Caserta, and it was created for the initiatives Orto in Campania. The artwork is spread over several walls and depicts the artistic typical characters, leaning on various plants and vegetable garden, where sentient foods appear, such as pumpkin, radicchio, olives, and wheat. This is another example given by Alleg. And here there is also another representation of anthropomorphic map version of, in this case, plant foods. And Alleg has made vegetables in the shape of human heads his style in general. And here is interesting also the concept, because here you can see teste di rapa, which in English is turnip head. But in Italian, testa di rapa means something negative, because if you are a testa di rapa, it means that you are a little bit stupid. Okay, But in this case, the artist would like to intend a positive way of Teste di Rapa because he wants to make us to reflect on the fact that plants develop their roots underground and then flourish above ground. A metaphor for human ties that may be hidden but that then manifest themselves as blanching flowers. And then we have the last group, which includes some unconventional elements, and I'll show you 3 examples. The first one is the living mural in Biella, a hybrid between an art installation consisting of a green wall and a mural. The mural is made of 4 rocks typical of the area, placed one on top of the other, which over time will be covered by plants growing. The other example is given by Emanuele Pochi, which represents the mineral calcite that makes up chalk, a soft white porous sedimentary rock. And here we are in the municipality of Grotte, located on a chalk hill, and every house was built with these bricks and plasters of this material. However, today cement has replaced chalk, radically changing the landscape of the area. And here you can see the last example. I would like to drink, so I ask you, what do you think? What is it in the meantime? Yeah, roots.
Wings.
Oh, wings.
Makes me think also worms. Mycelium, fungi.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Symbionti represent the central systems of the fungus, the mycelium, consisting of path traced on walks on a map. So it's connected to the organism, but to the idea of roots. So Pietro, you were right in some way. And the mural is the result of a project involving community, exploring the parallelism between human beings and the environment, with particular focus on the mycelium as a symbol of connection and communication of a territory. And in particular, these artists, Aegeon, represent often this fungus in the sense of organism and not in the sense of mushrooms to eat. And its intention is not to convey a specific environmental messages, but rather to create a link with the place where the works are located. And here the fungus becomes an allegory to narrate the human conditions. So after this big trip through natural elements on Italian murals, I would like to conclude reflecting on the environmental discourses conveyed by these natural elements. So, on one hand, different artworks represent an idea of natural beauty. We know that in the mid-80s, the subject of natural beauty emphasizes the theme of the aesthetic relationship with the environment, landscape, and the relationship between art and nature. Differently from the past, the celebration of the aesthetics of nature does not stem directly from the contemporary aesthetics debate or reflection on art, but is linked to the spread of ecological thinking and the growth of environmental movements, and environmental aesthetics here merge with an environmental ethic. Here we have seen different murals with lush plants, triumphant trees, and colorful flowers, which attempt to reflect the aesthetic value of nature by creating a basis for environmental protection. Also, the plant food murals embodied this idea of aesthetics, where food is one of the main modes of representation that translate nature into a consumable thing. However, the careful management of nature as a resource, or the respect for the wildness as a spiritual source for human beings, are both anthropocentric in their sense and fall under the umbrella of mainstream environmentalism. So thank you to Elena to anticipate this part in the morning. And on the other hand, there are some cases that in some sense try to refuse this idea of beauty, of aesthetics, recalling the idea of deep ecology. In this case, the core principle of deep ecology is that every living entity possesses intrinsic value, regardless of its importance to humans, and this value extends to any natural element in the proper sense of the element, such as water or stones, but also in a broader sense, such as landscapes. Although subsequently criticized by the ecofeminist movement for maintaining a vision of privileged white male academics, deep ecology is a concept used in a different way from the aesthetics of nature that in some way want to connect the desire to oppose anthropocentrism. And here we have seen different example, representation of natural elements, not necessarily linked to aesthetics, starting with the classical elements of water, air, fire, and earth, but going also to the alternative elements, such as stones and sponges, elements with a strong symbolic charge evoking something deeper, art towards a dimension that speaks not only aesthetics, but also of content. And here, symbols that emphasize the need to overcome this dualistic nature-human view, recognizing that human beings and the environment are interconnected and form a continuum. But to conclude, in this oscillation between these two environmental aesthetics and deep ecology, like a pendulum in some way, certain natural elements stand out as exceptions, becoming the focus of site-specific artworks. And these include wall piecing that hinge on metaphor, the flax flower, the Apulian olive tree, minerals, and many others, all evoking the essence, meaning, and identity of a place. Symbolism of natural elements that become geographical. Thank you.
My pleasure to introduce now Silvia Roth, who is Professor of Italian Literature and Culture at University College Cork. As many of you will know, her primary areas of research include the modern and contemporary Italian novel, as we're going to hear today, and then textual representations of space and place, Tuscan writers, Italian women writers, travel writing, on which she has published extensively.
A big thank you to Pietro for organizing this great meeting of minds and research today. It's really been a huge pleasure, and I'm also delighted to be here in Cambridge and to be with colleagues and to meet new colleagues as well. So thank you also to CIRN and CRASSH for hosting. So Calvino's oeuvre, so bound up with questions of human and environmental interconnections, lends itself particularly well to an eco-critical interpretive approach. My talk today addresses human, non-human entanglements. Just checking my time to make sure I don't go way over. Okay, so my talk today addresses human, non-human entanglements, in particular those between humans and plants, in his collection of short stories, Marcovaldo, ovvero Le stagioni in città, and in the Rai television adaptation of the work. Marcovaldo as a text is especially symptomatic of Calvino's ethos of interconnectedness, as human-non-human symbiosis recurs throughout this series of short stories aimed at a young audience. My analysis will focus largely on La pioggia e le foglie, the story which illustrates the dynamics of interconnection in an especially representative and effective manner. Drawing on eco-critical theory, I'll examine the literary text and the screen version through the key concepts of metamorphosis and entanglement with the non-human. So just a kind of roadmap of my talk is as follows. So I'll give a brief contextualization of Marcovaldo as a text, then I'll touch on some examples of human, non-human interaction in the Marcovaldo collection, and then I'll flag the man-plant metamorphosis tropes, potential intertextual antecedents, and I'll analyze this man-plant conglomeration in La pioggia e le foglie through an eco-critical reading of Calvino's story and the Rai TV adaptation of it, focusing on this human-plant interconnectedness and the idea of entanglement. So what emerges from a close examination of the human-vegetal other symbiosis in Marco Valdo is Calvino's critique of capitalism, but also, and importantly, his profound awareness of the interconnectedness of the self and one's own animate and inanimate surroundings, a vision that characterizes so many of his works, and one which reveals a prescience regarding the current concerns of the Anthropocene age. Interestingly, the plant forms themselves and their outcomes take somewhat divergent forms between the original text version and its screen adaptation. And it's also worth saying that Calvino's prose, hence this is kind of my plea for including literature in a visual studies conference, it's worth saying that his prose, known for its markedly graphic and ekphrastic qualities, lends itself well to a discussion of visual cultural production. His preoccupation, furthermore, with the human-non-human relationship renders his oeuvre particularly pertinent to the topics under discussion at this conference. So, Marco Valdo, ovvero Le stagioni in città, is a cycle of short stories centered around the working-class naive figure of Marco Valdo, who's this unclassified manual laborer who works for a large corporation. We don't know what they make, but they're called the Dita Spav. The collection of stories, each of which is linked to a specific season, is structured in 5 cycles of the 4 seasons, adding up to a total of 20 in the final version, which was published as an integral volume in 1963. And the work reflects typical Calvinian tensions between such binaries as reality and fantasy, humor and sadness, urban and rural, nature and culture. And the collection's been studied in terms of its structure. There's a very well-known essay by Maria Corti on talking about the book as a macro testo. Its humorous elements, for instance, by Zangrilli, its engagement with the idyll and nature, and more recently it's gained the attention of critics engaging with environmental matters. And here I'm thinking of the work of Serenella Iovino, for example, on Calvino and animals, and something that I published a few years ago as well on the poisonous rabbit. So my intention today is to focus primarily on the textual representation of flora rather than fauna, and how plants are used as powerful symbols, while also denoting Calvino's profound engagement with the human-non-human interconnection. And of course, it's not surprising that Calvino, as the son of botanists, should dedicate attention to plants in his oeuvre. He grew up with knowledge of and exposure to plants in Sanremo, and even studied agrarian sciences for a period at the Università di Torino and at the Facoltà di Agraria in Florence. So the authorial affinity for plants emerges in his other texts too. One of the best known examples, of course, is Il Barone Rampante, where Cosimo, this kind of buon selvaggio, decides as an adolescent to live exclusively among the trees. Marco Valdo, ovvero Le stagioni in città, came to fruition in a particularly significant period for post-war Italy, so namely the boom economico. So the stories were composed between 1952 and 1963, overlapping with the pinnacle of the boom, commonly identified as the years 58 to 63. And as you know, of course, the boom was a period of really rapid industrialization in Italy, which saw mass internal migration from the south and other more rural areas to the urban triangle of Milan, Turin, and Genova. Calvino, in the book's preface, says that it's inconsequential as to whether Marco Valdo is an emigrant or not, but clearly the character often feels out of place in the urban surroundings. It's an unnamed metropolis, so chances are it's one of these 3, but it's not specified, so it's sort of the city par excellence. And Calvino's text furnishes a critique of the consumer culture which characterized the boom, with stories undermining the ideology of advertising, the Americanization of Italian society, with the advent of the supermarket, for example, and the general emphasis on production and conspicuous consumption. Furthermore, the Marco Valdo stories also flag the hazards of overdevelopment and industrialization, both on the underpaid workers, such as the case of the protagonist, as well as on the environment, with one story, Dov'è più azzurro il fiume, highlighting the fake blueness of a stream's waters, the result of a paint factory's dumping of its waste. The stories underscore the individual's alienation in the city, a trait found in much Calvinian prose, as observed by various critics. But the marginalization of the individual of the individual human is paralleled also by that of animals, such as the stray cats inhabiting the yard of an abandoned tenement in Il Giardino dei Gatti Ostinati, or the lab rabbit who has been infected with a lethal disease as a result of medical experimentation in Il Coniglio Velenoso. The stories emphasize Marco Valdo's constant search for an idealized nature. His affinity for flora, fauna, and the environment is illustrated from the outset when, in the very first story, Funghi in Città, he looks forward with great anticipation to the crop of mushrooms growing in a grassy patch at an urban intersection, only to end up in hospital due to food poisoning after consuming them. So this story, along with most of the others, follows this pattern of desiderio, realizzazione, danneggiamento, whereby Marco Valdo's dream of communing with nature, while initially appearing to be realized, almost invariably results in disappointment. Indeed, for Marco Valdo, nature regularly reveals a connection to toxicity and waste. So, to move on to this idea of human-plant interaction. So, while Marco Valdo's own pursuit of the world idyll is regularly frustrated, Calvino adopts powerful imagery which underscores human-non-human entanglement in the Marco Valdo collection. The intermingling between people and their surroundings features repeatedly, as in La città smarrita nella neve, where some children mistake Marco Valdo, who's covered in snow, for a snowman, or the same happens at the beach when he's covered in sand. So there's this kind of melding between the human and their surroundings. These kinds of misidentification regularly occur and function as a kind of comic device. At the same time, the blurring of the human figure with the animal, plant, mineral, or elemental is indicative of the permeability between the human and the non-human. The symbiosis between the protagonist and the environment is particularly marked in La pioggia e le foglie, one of the later stories of the collection when it was published in its entirety in 1963. This edition features the iconic illustrations by Sergio Tofano, as seen here, and in some of the other slides, as you will see. Marco Valdo's duty in this story is to water a plant that is kept in the foyer of the factory where he works. And this plant, which is always kept indoors, is portrayed as suffering. Ma è pur sempre una pianta e come tale soffriva. It's described as this. Its leaves are mottled, its stem is long and thin. And Marco Valdo empathizes with the pain of this plant, so he brings it into the courtyard of the factory when he sees that it's raining outside. And just moving a little bit further down the quote, restavano lì in cortile uomo e pianta, l'uno di fronte all'altra, l'uomo quasi provando sensazioni da pianta sotto la pioggia. La pianta, disabituata all'aria aperta e ai fenomeni della natura, sbalordita quasi quanto un uomo che si trova tutto a un tratto bagnato dalla testa ai piedi e coi vestiti zuppi. This is the first instance of a mutual identification between man and plant in the story, where the human and the vegetal are seen as interrelational, and as in fact exchanging each other's sensations and experiences. And is it so far-fetched, really, that Calvino should imagine a plant's suffering and its capacity for feeling? Current ecological thought would indicate that plants do feel and communicate, that they possess a kind of intelligence, if we acknowledge that sentience can be defined on terms not based on anthropocentric parameters. Artist, writer, and AI specialist James Bridle elucidates, and here I'm quoting, the concept of ecological relevance demonstrates that plants have a world. What does this mean? It means that plants sense and respond to a world which they experience, a world of their own making, and furthermore, that there is a they there to do the sensing and responding, a subject rather than an object, a kind of self, however abstruse and unlike our own. So plants' ability to sense and communicate has been investigated by recent scientific studies. Published, for instance, in March 2023 in the journal Cell, and also summarized in a National Geographic article, where a group of biologists and zoologists has demonstrated that plants emit sounds according to their stress levels. In the case of La pioggia e le foglie, the plant not only either suffers or flourishes according to its surroundings, but it is an actor in a mutual understanding with a human. Rather than having to shut the plant back inside the factory atrium, Marcovaldo's boss gives him permission to take it home for the night on his motorized bike. Dietro, sul portapacchi, aveva legato il vaso e bici, uomo, pianta parevano una cosa sola. Anzi, l'uomo ingobbito e infagottato scompariva e si vedeva solo una pianta in bicicletta. So here in Tofano's illustration, you can see the uomo, but you can see also the rain, these kinds of force lines that I would argue are sort of joining up the different elements, the plant, the man, and the bicycle. What about the intertextual antecedents for this kind of image? So the mutation of Marcovaldo into this kind of plant man evokes similar images dating back to classical times, such as the numerous transformations described, of course, by Ovid in his Metamorphoses, a text with which Calvino was well acquainted. Indeed, in his essay Ovidio e la contiguità universale, first published in 1979 as an introduction to a new edition of Ovid's Metamorphoses under the notable title Gli indistinti confini, Calvino emphasizes the aspect of contiguity, not only between gods and human beings, but between all forms, that is, the contiguità tra tutte le figure dell'esistente, antropomorfe e o meno. Fauna, flora, regno minerale, firmamento inglobano nella loro comune sostanza ciò che usiamo considerare umano come insieme di qualità corporee e psicologiche e morali. Calvino insists here and elsewhere on Ovid's work. So Calvino insists here and elsewhere on Ovid's work denoting an ethos of interconnectedness across all spheres, namely a fascination with the ability to transcend the barriers between self and other, to give speech and agency to those entities not normally associated with such capabilities. Indeed, there are a number of examples in Ovid that can be identified as possibly underpinning Marcovaldo's own plant metamorphosis, the most famous of which would be Daphne's transformation into a laurel tree. Now they're not advancing for me, though. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So Daphne's transformation into a laurel so as to evade the clutches of Apollo, who is avidly pursuing her. And in Lezioni Americane, Calvino describes another similar but less well-known transformation, that of Dryope, which is in Book 9, who, while stopping by a pool of water with her infant son, plucks branches from a lotus plant, which in fact encased the nymph Lotus. The branches bleed, and as punishment for her unwitting sacrilegious act, Dryope herself is transformed into a lotus, or jujubes, there's different translations for this kind of tree. Such metamorphoses have clearly influenced, of course, another potential intertext. The medievalists will know, of course, and others, Dante's Commedia, in particular, the episode of Pierre de Levigne in the Wood of the Suicides in Canto 13 of Inferno. The soul of the former counselor of Frederick II is encapsulated in a thorny bush which bleeds and speaks when Dante snaps off a branch. But it is the powerful human, non-human interconnections of Ovid, I would argue, that particularly fascinate Calvino and which in all likelihood influenced his poetics. After bringing the plant home overnight, Marcovaldo returns it to the factory, but then obtains permission to take it home yet again for the weekend. So he puts it on his moped once more and follows the clouds around the city in order to get as much rain as possible on this plant. Ormai era un albero su due ruote, Marcovaldo rincorreva la sua nuvola, tenendo la pianta nella traiettoria delle gocce, come se lo strascico di pioggia che la nuvola si tirava dietro si fosse impigliato alle foglie e così tutto corresse trascinato dalla stessa forza. Vento, nuvola, pioggia, pianta, ruote. Marcovaldo continues to circulate with the plant, which at this stage has become so big that it qualifies as a tree. And he requires, in fact, a motociclo, a furgoncino, to bring it back to the nursery where it was originally purchased. It doesn't fit in the factory anymore. And so here it's described as una verzura da foresta tropicale, which dilagava fino a coprirgli la testa, le spalle, le braccia, fino a farlo scomparire nel verde. For all intents and purposes, Marcovaldo has now been subsumed by the plant, which is qualified as tropical here. And as he's driving around, Marcovaldo doesn't realize that the plant seems to have spent all its energy in this kind of incredible growth spurt, to the extent that its leaves change from vibrant green to a golden yellow. Passers-by have been admiring the plant, calling it a baobab tree at this stage. And the plant, and it's never specified really what it is, the genus of this plant, thus undergoes a kind of exoticization and is being compared to the large arboreal species found on the African continent. And as the rain peters out, a rainbow appears over the city, while Marcovaldo continues to transport the now withering plant around the metropolis. And this is the closing scene. Marcovaldo ancora credeva d'avere alle spalle l'albero verde e folto, quando a un tratto si voltò. L'albero non c'era più, solo uno slinzo stecco da cui si dipartiva una raggiera di peduncoli nudi e ancora un'ultima foglia gialla là in cima. Alla luce dell'arcobaleno tutto il resto sembrava nero, la gente sui marciapiedi, le facciate delle case che facevano ala, e su questo nero a mezz'aria giravano le foglie d'oro, brillanti a centinaia, e mani rosse e rosa a centinaia s'alzavano dall'ombra per acchiapparle. E il vento sollevava le foglie d'oro verso l'arcobaleno là in fondo, e le mani e le grida. E staccò anche l'ultima foglia, che da gialla diventò color d'arancio, poi rossa, violetta, azzurra, verde, poi di nuovo gialla, e poi sparì. So it's in this particular sequence that the symbolic value of this plant tree emerges, forming a commentary on the socio-historical moment. From baobab, the plant has now mutated into a kind of albero dei soldi, which is the common name for the crassula or the jade plant in English. The golden leaves which fly off into the sky can be quite easily interpreted as representing gold coins or money, which is grabbed at by the crowd that has gathered. So this image forms Calvino's patent critique of consumer culture, which characterized the boom. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow belongs to the realm of fantasy, and the promise of wealth of the miracolo economico is evidently illusory for the everyday citizen. The Rai television series based on the Marcovaldo stories was directed by Giuseppe Bennati, starred Nanni Loi as the eponymous protagonist, and aired on the 1st of May in 1970. Episode 4 of the 7 episodes in total features the adaptation of La pioggia alle foglie, revealing preoccupations that situate the screen version within the post-1968 climate of civil protest. A similar dynamic to that of the original story is found here too, whereby Marcovaldo is charged with taking care of the plant. But in this case, it belongs expressly to the direttore of the Ditta Sbav, whose wife has challenged him to look after this plant or else she will leave him, she says, right? So this compito is given to Viligelmo, who is the boss of Marcovaldo, so he passes this on to Marcovaldo as his responsibility. And under Marcovaldo's attentive care, the plant does indeed flourish here too, and as it grows prodigiously, it comes to resemble not a baobab, but actually a weeping willow. And as in Calvino's source text, so it resembles something else, but a willow, not the baobab. This shaggy plant, in fact, brings to mind the long hair of the hippie protester of the 1970s, right? So, and in fact, as Marcovaldo is riding around on his three-wheeled bicycle around the city center with this plant, he's shouted at by a passerby who calls him a capellone. So the reference to that hippie is straightforward. And one of the changes to the source text in the TV adaptation, furthermore, is Marcovaldo's unplanned participation in a peace march. So he joins this march and starts holding a placard as well. The plant bicycle man also drives around the city, only here it's clearly Turin. And while the background music cheerfully sings pianta o uomo repeatedly. So I'll just show a very brief clip of this. You can stop it there clearly with the Mole Antoniana there. It's identified as Turin in the TV series and not a generic industrial Italian city. The conclusion to the plant man story, however, diverges from Calvino's source text here. Rather than the poetic fairy tale image of the golden leaves of the plant flying through the breeze and through the multicolored rainbow, in the TV series, Viligelmo and Marcovaldo bring the flourishing plant to the office of the direttore, and while they wait for him to return, the two men inadvertently set off this kind of chain reaction of the destruction. The plant tips over the direttore's desk where they put it and knocks over furniture, breaks windows, tears holes in the walls, and basically sets off this kind of domino effect. The director's wife comes to his office as he's about to show her this, flourishing plant, and instead, on opening the door, they're met by this scene of devastation. The direttore's wife leaves, saying that she was going to leave him. She's going back to la sua mamma. And then the direttore turns to Viligelmo and Marcovaldo and says, faremo I conti. And the plant itself has been reduced to tatters. And with the two factory workers, Marcovaldo and Viligelmo, they set about tidying up the mess, with Viligelmo whacking Marcovaldo on the head in frustration and anger. So while Marcovaldo is portrayed as estraneo alla città in the Rai series too, much as in the book, Adele Sanna argues that the TV version tends to portray a more polarized relationship between Marcovaldo and the city, with nature being labeled as good and the urban sphere as bad, sort of more black and white portrayal rather than the more ambiguous one that we see in Calvino's volume. And Turin in the grips of the Fiat factory, that's what characterizes the television series, and it's seen as a place of pollution and car traffic. And so Marcovaldo, as this riding sort of plant bicycle, acts as a kind of contrast, as a kind of more natural form of transportation than the cars. And the capellone, or hippie plant man, bike can therefore be considered a kind of symbol of rebellion against the Fiat factory, which controls the city. But beyond the well-justified critique of the boom and more generally of the ideology of capitalism advanced by Calvino in this and other stories of the Marcovaldo collection, and to an extent in the Rai TV series, to me what's particularly original in both versions is the trope of the human-plant symbiosis. We know that such human, non-human intertwinings have characterized literary and figurative representations for quite some time, as demonstrated by the Ovidian metamorphoses mentioned earlier, and those found in classical mythology more broadly. From a theoretical point of view, though, human, non-human entanglements have been explored, I would say, for at least a century. Such intermingling between the animal and the vegetal, for example, was theorized by Roger Quevois in 1934 in a concept known as legendary psychasthenia. And then in the 1990s by geographer J. Douglas Porteous in his book Landscapes of the Mind, where he coins such terms as geomorphism and bodyscape to describe these metaphors of intermingling between the human animal and their surroundings. And of course, it's in the last couple of decades that with environmental humanities and plant studies that we have been provided with ever more provocative instruments to delve into these interconnections between the human and the non-human. So the more recent work on materiality that's led to the concept of transcorporeality, for example, as formulated by ecofeminist Stacy Alaimo, which establishes a thought-provoking framework for reflecting on human-non-human relations, reminding us that our bodies are profoundly interconnected with the substances around us, something Calvino aptly illustrated in his toxic fish and rabbits, not to mention mushrooms, with which Marcovaldo interacts. And I'd like to conclude by briefly returning to the plant in La Pioggia alle Foglie. James Bridle, whom I cited earlier, adeptly teases out the multiple profound interconnections between species, human and non, the plant world, technological networks, and our surroundings. In his book, Ways of Being, Bridle illustrates how experiments which measure plant reactions, or intelligence, if we wish to define it thus, over a longer span of time, give us greater insight into their workings. Bridle describes plants as, quote, very slow animals. It is our own human-centered conception of time which does not allow us to visualize plants' growth and reactions, something which Darwin and his son realized through their experiments in time-lapse photography of plants. In Ways of Being, Bridle observes that as humans, our perception of time is conditioned by technologically developed and measurable units, such as the nanosecond, which he says, and here I quote, make it harder for us to think of and with other beings and processes which exist at different scales of time and geography. The turning of the seasons, the continental migration of birds, the lifespan of trees and plants, end of quote. Bridle observes that as humans lost my train of thought there for a second. Oh, yes. So this attention to different cycles of time is something that we as humans can develop. And in fact, Calvino's Marcovaldo, with his occhio poco adatto alla vita di città, seeks to do just this in his constant search for nature, for a connection with a different conception of time, not that of the factory, but rather of the seasons, as witnessed by the stagioni of the book's title. Calvino's Marcovaldo, while a naive Chaplainist worker, demonstrates to readers that it is possible to strive for a different conceptualization of time and being in the world, one not governed by technology or conditioned by the time-space compression of modernity. Through such plant-human metamorphoses, Calvino reminds us of this profound interconnectedness. In Lezioni Americane, again in reference to Ovid, Calvino emphasizes the contiguity between all forms. He says, magari fosse possibile un'opera concepita al di fuori del self, un'opera che ci permettesse di uscire dalla prospettiva limitata d'un io individuale, non solo per entrare in altri io simili al nostro, ma per far parlare ciò che non ha parola. L'uccello che si posa sulla grondaia, l'albero in primavera e l'albero in autunno, la pietra, il cemento, la plastica. Non era forse questo il punto d'arrivo cui tendeva Ovidio nel raccontare la continuità delle forme, il punto d'arrivo cui tendeva Lucrezio nell'identificarsi con la natura comune a tutte le cose? A similar message has been articulated recently by Bridle. He says, more than human doesn't even begin to cover it. Not only are we the products of multiple entangled ancestors spanning vast ranges of the evolutionary field, we are not even individuals at all. Rather, we are walking assemblages, riotous communities of multi-species, multi-bodied beings inside and outside of our very selves, end of quote. The limits between the human and non-human or more than human worlds are thus not to be relegated to the realm of fantasy, but rather it should be something of which we as human subjects should be mindful of in our daily reality, as Calvino's human plant metamorphoses in both the written text and the television series inspired by it so aptly demonstrate. Thanks.
So, yeah, we're getting to the end of this with our third speaker, Pietro Agnoletto, who, alongside being this year's CIRN CRASSH Intesa Sanpaolo visiting fellow, is also a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Milan Bicocca. He has recently been awarded the Società Geografica Italiana's prize for the best thesis in geography. So, well done. And the thesis is coming out as a monograph very soon, in a few days, a monograph published by Routledge, entitled From the Tourist Gaze, Holiday Home Movies as Vernacular Sources for the Eco-Critical Gaze. And today his paper is going to be about this, environmental loss in tourist film memories, reading holiday home movies from an eco-critical perspective.
So, as I was anticipating at the beginning of today, it has been a last-minute presentation, so it will be an experiment in various sense. So at the end, it will be like recounting of the process that made me create the book and the PhD thesis. So we will touch several processes I have dealt with. First of all, this thesis is an archival mining, an archival process. So we will deal how I managed to assess how movies in a certain way. Second, it is a visual analysis. So how I possibly created a methodology to see them, to analyze them. And finally, I will show you some results of this work. So, I already done the introduction. First of all, this PhD was inside a national project we talked before with Renato Dell'Agnese. So it was a national project in which our objective, our final output was to create a green atlas, an atlas online. And our research was based to try to first recollect and then understand and study the evolution of the environmental discourse between the second post-war Italy to today. So how it's changing during this time. And we've taken into consideration different media. So not only, for example, mainstream film, but also reportage, postcards, poster, photography. And even I decided to explore, I had this intuition to explore not the gaze or the narration from above, so of institution, of authors, etc., but to start to understand, as Elena said this morning, that every text, every image, every video is important to understand the environmental discourse, that it is embedded in a society. No, so what we take for granted, if we can understand what it is taken for granted from a film, we can do it even more from a known movie of a tourist, in this case. So at the end, we arrive. It starts and it ends with the Green Atlas. This is an example. So here is the final result. Now there are even more points, but every film, every image is georeferenced and with a description of the researcher, of an analysis of the researcher. Then we can see this example. This is a postcard. In another parallel research, I also worked with postcards, as you saw in the poster. And so this is the final output. So the first question that we have to deal with is a home movie. So what is a home movie? As you can see, the first important thing of a home movies is that it is created for the domestic sphere. So it wasn't made to be shared, it wasn't made to be screened, it was made to be a memory of a personal memory of a family, a domestic family. So it has many characteristics that made the archival research and especially the visual analysis extremely complicated. Because first of all, as you can see, is extremely different from a traditional film. First of all, there is no audio. So we don't have the audio track because it was made to be projected at home. So the audio track in reality was the family or the people invited that were describing the film. So for example, they were saying, this is my cousin, etc. But this is a very, very, very important track that is lost. So home movies are inherently missing a very important information, that is the family sphere in which they were created, the narration. So I will go again. So we have this series of images that doesn't have a connection, neither chronological, because there can be jumps between like summer holidays to winter holidays, etc. It's not even geographical, so it's extremely difficult to georeference actually a film, because, for example, here they are, I will check, in Borghetto Santo Spirito, but maybe at some point of the film, the tourists decide to do a trip to another city, to another town, and then we have to recognize it, because it was described by the tourist, but we don't know it. And also there is not a narration. So without also because they didn't have the technical linguistic skill to create a real movie. It is more like a photographic album, of a family photographic album of moving images. So there is not even, let's say, a plot, a story. So how we can deal with this kind of medium of information? Because at the same time, a lot of archives in Italy right now are digitizing a lot of films. And I'm talking about terabytes and terabytes, hours and hours. And so we have this rich golden mine of information, possible information, but we have to find the instrument to mine this golden treasure, let's say. So this was my starting point, how to analyze these films to understand what they can tell us. And there are different answers to this question. If it was a lesson, I would have asked the audience, but here there are my answers. So of course, we can tell private stories or genealogies. This is an approach that has been followed a lot, especially also in Italy, but worldwide. But we can also tell historical events from below. So, for example, there are a lot of studies relating to the rise of fascism or Nazism from the images of the people that were living these changes. But especially they can tell us also the fashion practices, social construct, relationships, landscapes, architecture, everyday life of a particular historical moment and its evolution through time. So if we take a large enough number of home movies, then we can really understand this pattern, the evolving pattern that can describe us not so past, because we are talking about 50s, 60s, the 20th century, but a society that maybe today, especially someone that a millennial, maybe can't grasp anymore. So it becomes a very important source of information. Here there are other examples. There are this is a film, but also a research at the end that very extremely touching, because it's the story of a Jewish family in Netherlands, and it is through the film of this family we can see the rise of Nazi until the last movie. And so this is we never see in the film because they were in the domestic sphere. We never see what is happening outside, but since we have the knowledge, every image has an extremely strong impact. Other research that are very interesting, this one is Lost Landscape, that they are studying how the population of Bologna, an emotional research on the spaces and the luoghi, that emotional places of the inhabitants of Bologna are studied between the whole century, 20th century. This one is quite interesting. It's a German research about the East Germany. So to create a counter narration of the idea of East Germany that were, of course, living in sadness, etc. So they were creating what they were, the narration of the families in East Germany. And then there are many examples. But from here, I decided to study also innovative for the literature, not the gaze of the inhabitants, but the gaze of the tourist in another location. So another jump into this kind of experimentation. So we have to understand, we already talked about it, economic boom. So not only is a period in which there is a extremely changing environmental, social, demographic, etc., but also tourism have a big change because we pass from elite tourism to mass tourism, and also the filmmaking practice, amateur filmmaking practice itself, because we have with the new technologies a massification of the practice. So from an archival research point of view, we have from the economic boom a lot more film and film from lower classes, because before it was only a niche phenomenon for the elites. As a case study, I decided to work on Ligurian Riviera for several reasons. First of all, during the economic boom, there was some data for geographical data. So there were a lot of changing and transformation, especially environmental transformation, but also demographic, because there was a migration from the hills to the coastline. There was a change of economical change from, for example, rural activities to tourism, especially in the coastline, that attracted people. And also at the same time, there was massification of tourism. So we have, for example, if we consider the cementification, so the land consumption, during the economic boom, we have an increased construction of the 2-4 stores building that we were talking in the morning, and to the point that it is the region that today has the 50% of the land consumption intro 300 meters, so inside these 300 meters. And also, it is interesting that this growth is decreasing. So it means that it is something that exploded during the economic boom and now is almost died out. Other data, not only there was this boom of houses and cementification, but at the same time, there are first, second houses, so houses of tourists that maybe use it 2-3 months a year. So there are also spaces that are empty right now. Right now they are empty most time of the year, and at the same time, our relation that we have to the second house is way different to our house, in the sense that the primary house we take care about it. Is the second house there is less care about what is happening around it, because we are only living it 1, 2, 3 months a year. At the same time, this is how much buildings have been built during this period. They are there was abusivismo edilizio, speculation, and so this building, not only they created a lot of buildings, but from an environmental perspective, they're terrible. So they are badly constructed. They are not. They don't have any environmental precautions. No. So they are also to be rebuilt again to follow the environmental guidelines of today. It is interesting that at the same time, while it was happening, there were some voices noticing and pointing at Liguria that it was, for example, it is one in 58, they were saying in the touring club Italiano Le Vie d'Italia, journal, Liguria Riviera is one of big construction sites. So this is a map from this paper. Or they were saying that if we have insisted on the mistakes made in Liguria, it is because the situation here has reached extreme levels. And also, here, quite prophetically, we have again Pastor in 59 that say, by the time the damage is noticed, also today, it will be too late. An entire region of Italy, one of the most beautiful and famous in the world, will have its lost ancient character. And we can talk about this, that actually is what's happening now, that tourism in Liguria is quite suffering this because it's not beautiful anymore. And talking about beauty and environment, from the concept of beauty and from the Via d'Italia, and especially from the discourse about Liguria, they created l'Italia Pezzi and Italia Nostra, that was an exhibition about a first environmentalism in Italy linked to beauty. So we have to save Italy, the beauty of Italy, from, for example, environmental speculation and etc. So there is this link between, also in this case, between beauty and first environmentalism, that is the mainstream environmentalism of the time, and also Liguria, that was taken as an extreme case. At the same time, we have of course Italo Calvino that wrote La speculazione edilizia, and so we have also an author, an intellectual that He is one of the first that noticed, because in 1957, he noticed this what is happening in Liguria, and he write a book about the Quinto, that is the protagonist, that is very rich, he has a villa, a family villa, decided to speculate like everybody, because he noticed that everybody's speculating. He wants to speculate too, and end of the story, sorry for the spoiler, but he has a beautiful villa with a garden, with the grandmother with the mother taking care of the garden, and at the end it is surrounded by building with six stories that are making shadows to the garden, and that he doesn't even get the profit. So a metaphor of Ligurians, or even the human way of the human nature of sometimes sacrificing, how it is happening many times in history, sacrificing consciously, environmentally, making sacrifices for profit, and then not even having the profit that we are talking about, especially in the long term. And now I want to make an experiment. Sorry that I forgot, but I would like to read. I read a passage with the home movies. This is the experiment. Quite yes. So it is in Italia. Sorry. La febbre del cemento si era impadronita della riviera. Là vedevi il palazzo già abitato, con le cassette dei gerani tutti uguali ai balconi, quel casseggiato appena finito, coi vetri segnati da serpenti di gesso, che attendeva le famigliole lombarde smaniose dei bagni. Più là ancora un castello di impalcature, e sotto la betoniera che gira, il cartello dell'agenzia per l'acquisto dei locali. So from here we can already think about how much it is enriching, having also the source of the people of the time living there. So we have the voice of Calvino, an intellectual, enormous voice, but at the same time we can assess also the images of the tourists of the same time, portraying their own way the same landscapes. Another example with Sanremo 68, and so we are really, Sanremo is the city of the circulazione, so we can really see. Okay, I'm going fast. There is, of course, there is not only cementification, there is also industrialization. So again, fast in 59 was talking about these environmental loss, environmental degradation. It is also military and industrial installations. And finally, as I talked before, a socio-economic shift. So also another thing that noticed at the time is the fact that fishing boats and nets, a classic feature of the landscape, are disappearing. So it's changing also this feature of the landscape. But let's go very fast to the interdisciplinary theoretical framework. For this research, I have to work with different. I created a bridge, interdisciplinary bridge that I hope I created somehow also today. I have to deal with film studies, and especially amateur film studies, touring studies, and eco-critical geopolitics that we talk today. So I won't talk a little bit more. So first of all, I had to consider home movies as historical sources. How, for example, the concept of Simoni of diffused gaze, that is a concept of they create a gaze that is diffused. So insieme, like a group, yes, a group of different gazes that together they form like a whole new information about the time when you gaze. And then I linked my research to the tourist gaze of Harry and destination images. First, because with the tourist gaze apply perfectly to the home movies and the holiday movies, because as Alice Cati says, the cinemateur, the cinetourist is capturing what is following his functions. So if a tourist, for example, likes a view, a landscape, something, he will make a video out of it, and then it is overlapping with the tourist gaze. So it's perfectly to understand the tourist gaze of a past society. And at the same time, we can think about the destination images. So we can have the perception of the tourist of what it was the ideal location it was visiting. So, for example, if a tourist was going to Cinque Terre, probably he would have taken some kind of views and images that for him it was the ideal image of Cinque Terre. Then I had to ask myself two different questions, like if kind of movies can be considered as text since they are not structure and not narrative, the question before, and one way to, a methodological way to understand it, it is first of all through content analysis, and then also the relationship between the filmmaker and what is filming. And also another question that I did, it was to which extent they are cultural artifact, and here pops on a film. Every image is not a natural text. Doesn't necessarily have to have a message. It can still have a content, what it's taken for granted, in this case from the tourist. So I don't know. Okay, the archival mining. They asked me already different questions about the archives. There is not big problems that, as an archivist told me, anarchy reigns supreme in the archival world of home movies, because every archive have their own catalog, their own methodologies, completely different. So, for example, there is the Riprese in Venice, and they take only the film about Venice, but the others, they take only the film of the people who live in the territory. So we have two different ways. One is only films about Venice, and the other is probably only film outside his territory of, for example, the tourist. And then we have, for example, bigger archives like the CIRN Intesa, smaller one, but that do a more qualitative work. So they take interviews, they take questionnaires, etc. While the archive I work with, the CIRN Intesa, it is Centro Sperimentale, they did way more quantitative, so I dealt with a lot of quantitative of film, but they didn't take interviews, they didn't take questionnaires, so I had a very lack of information. So I did this source-oriented archival research. I was going in situ to the archive, studied the film, taking notes, taking codes, creating teams, understanding the film, because also the thematic, also in this case, was grounded and generated from the research, then going back and forth. And from this, I created the coding, so a way at the teams to which link every film. This was made by paper, but then I decided to use Tropy, that is a beautiful software if you work with archives, that I had almost 1,000 still images. So I divided every film in still image. Every still image was a moment in which, for example, they were portraying cementification to the economic shift, etc. So this is what I had. I had this huge database of images linked with teams that I had to analyze. Of course, there were a lot of problems with the archive. For example, georeferentiations. Here there is how I understood where the film was filmed. Sometimes the amateur filmmaker is very nice. He's right, even the date, very organized. He was a clerk, so it was very. But sometimes they're more chaotic. In this case, it happened to have maybe they are so many times are intentional, sometimes not. But they portray the film, the toponym of the city. Sometimes they don't film anything because they didn't need to, because they were portraying at home. So there enter in. I like to say that I work with artificial intelligence. I just use Google Lens, but it is artificial intelligence, and this is extremely useful because I gave the economy to the software, and then it could better than me, better than the human geographical knowledge could tell me exactly this is Chiesa di San Francesco, and then I was double checking. So this was fantastic. And of course, then street maps, Google Maps, sometimes very difficult because, of course, the imaginaries of today are completely different from the 70s and the 60s. So what we are showing of a location, it's not what they were filming at the time, and vice versa. Now we are hiding. So, for example, this landscape is hidden in our contemporary tourist marketing. So it was extremely hard to find this place. Even if I know it was in Rapallo and Zoagli is next to it, I had a lot of difficulty to find it because in Google Images, at least, there is no image like this one. I have to go with my Street View character to find this. Content analysis also. So if there is no story, we have to work with the content. So not only what it is portraying intentionally and how we can define intentionally. Well, for example, with the editing. So if a filmmaker insists in a phenomenon, so for example, cementification, probably it is intentional. If you make a zoom, probably it is intentional. But sometimes the phenomenon is also in the background, and it is interesting when, for example, it is used as a frame. So we have the protagonist in the center, and as a frame, they decide to film that particular landscape. And we have to consider that the film was very expensive. So every choice of what to film was a very thoughtful choice. It's not like today that we take 50 pictures and then we decide one, but it was like the one. So this is very important. So not what is narrated, but more what is selected by the tourist in the images. So some results from data, because I was in the department of sociology, so I wanted to be a little bit more like a sociologist with data. And so here there are the film location of every filmmaker. We have, for example, I did an analysis by social class, for example. So not only what the tourists of the time were filming, but also based on the social classes. So, for example, there is a difference between the holiday of a working class member and the holiday of upper class member, because I had the whole range. Because another thing to say, parenthesis, I worked with Ivrea, the archivists in Ivrea. There was the Olivetti. Olivetti had a beautiful welfare, and with this beautiful welfare, we have the possibility to have factory worker filmmakers since the 60s. That is extremely rare in the rest of Italy and the world too. So since the 60s, we can really have this difference between the ideal holiday of a factory worker and the ideal holiday, for example, of the owner of the factory. No, it's not always happening, but sometimes there is. So one that struck me that I didn't expect to find is the pervasive militarization of tourist imagery. So I wasn't expecting it, because in mainstream media often is hidden, like the militarization of a region. But in Liguria, as was writing Fazio, there was militarization. It was a huge problem. And some amateur filmmaker tourists portrayed intentionally. So they even have a tour to Sottomarino, U-boat, of American also, Sottomarino. So we can discuss a lot about this. But also, it was appearing in the holiday movies of the tourists in the background. So very pervasive imaginary. So for example, here, just for some seconds, but it is a consistent appearance. So I'm showing you an example. This is the tourist that we were talking about, the boat, American boat. We are, I think, in Genoa. You see it, but we can see that how much of film is dedicated to the. So I was really attracted by it, but also we can also reflect on relation between the political consequence. This is the political consequence of militarization. There is also the industrialization, and I wrote about as some cities, for example, La Spezia, became identified with industrialization, and there are films that only portray La Spezia for its industrial aspect. So there are tourists that, for example, go to La Spezia, doesn't portray the city, the historical center, but only the industrialization. But here there are a lot of other examples in Genoa also. And another aspect that it was taken for granted. So the tourists that were going in many towns, in many touristic locations that had industries, they were portraying as a part of the landscape. Also here is a sign of taken for granted. They were focusing in it, it was part of the landscape. So here is for example, this is in Lerici, but they went to La Spezia, and this is the only thing that we have on La Spezia of this film, and it's this. So this is just the memory of La Spezia of this tourist. Then we have butterfish. Then we have the relationship between fish and tourism. So the fishing rural fishing was still part of the imaginary of Liguria. So the tourists were still searching, at least in the 50s and the 60s, these images of the ruined fishers. But at the same time, it was a phenomenon, but that was disappearing. So we can really see between 50s, 60s, 70s, how much is disappearing from the images of the tourists, from the film of the tourists. And also, I also reflected a lot about the difference or the environmental impact that has the change of a place from a space of labor to a space of recreation. So also the fact that if the fisher were taking care of the sea, of the beach, it was let's say, with a lot of a natural space for them. For the tourists, it's just a recreational space that they have fun with it, and so it is way more also impacting tourism. At least the mass tourism of the time. Then we can discuss about ecotourism, different kind of tourism, of course. But for the time, it is quite evident, especially. I think I won't show it. No, I will show it, but it don't look if. But yes, so we can have at the beginning these kids, and then we have the image of the fisher. The fish. And here we have the same kids that are playing with the fish. So also a recreational way of imagining, like also to portray rural fishing as a tourist attraction. So we play with the fish. Okay, finally, cementation. Very interesting. So here I had a lot of images, of course. The first aspect is that the primary focus and in the background, as we can see that during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, there is a decrease of the cementification as a primary focus of the film. And there is an increase in the background. So it is really, with the time, more and more taken for granted. The tourist doesn't care anymore if there is cementification, there is the 5-story building, is part of the landscape. And here there are some examples. So in the 50s, they were even playing themselves with the family with the building construction, for example. But we have a lot also here. We have, I created like also, I would like to make also an exhibition of it because it's really, I have a lot of images. So here posing in front of the phenomenon, here they made a lot of focus, but also we had the possibility to have, for example, film from images that were not taken by other media because tourists were going all around Liguria. So we have also very interesting images that maybe are not taken by mainstream media. And then another nice thing of tourism, everybody or many tourists that were going to Noli, for example, they were taking the same view. So we have really the evolution through different families, evolution of the same view and the fungus, let's say, that pop up, that are the hotels and the buildings, 75 buildings. Here an example, this is like from 60s to 71, this is the same Noli, and this is the other. So we have, if we look to the west, with this, to the east, we have Torre del Mare. But here it was a beautiful, it is a terrible speculation. really built a whole new town in like 5 years, and you can really see how it is built. And then there is this tourist that I think I didn't put the video, but the film, but he visited Torre del Mare and made like a film about Torre del Mare and the construction there. So summary, this is the book. So a little bit of marketing. Some movies can be seen as visual sources of the radical socioeconomic and territorial transformation. Can be an evidence of the tourist gaze and destination image of historical periods. Emerge the pervasiveness of phenomena, for example, militarization or cementification, often hidden by professional media. We can discuss about the taking for granted world, the tourist imaginary, the tourist gaze, and also the diffuse gaze that I created about the theme, this time of cementification or other themes. This is then, if you go to the Green Atlas, I also have a geoforense, the most interesting theme, not everybody, because it wouldn't be too much, but it could be very interesting for some analysis, because we can have, for example, if you write militarization, then you have the film about militarization in that area. Finally, I would like to conclude with a quotation from a manual about how to become amateur filmmaking, how to use the camera, and by Giacinto Solito, 1941, every day, in every hour, and everywhere, always and in any place, nature is offered to us, and it is waiting to be taken for our pleasure and wonder. So this is something that we can reflect on. Thank you.